fuck, from the chat. Hello, hi everybody, thanks for hopping in. My name is Vian Grimm, and it's been a while since I've used this layout. And I'm realizing now the problem with it is fucking the chat box is white and my text is white. Man, I was really excited to use this layout today too. It's been a while since I've used this overlay. Hi, some dude. How are you? Updated economy, the emotes. Yeah. I've been a busy bun. It makes it a small. Yeah, it makes it small. Also, you can't see shit because the text box is white. Give me like 2 seconds. I'll just take this off. I was really excited because the game is window mode. It's smaller. So I thought it'd be good to use this, but give me like 2 seconds. I'll do something with the chat box so I can use this again. Let's just chat that over here and make it less small. So I haven't gotten your 2 other emotes yet. I've been working on commissions. Hey, it's no problem. Let's go options, full screen. Look. I'll figure it out. I'll figure this out, I swear. There we go. That works. Okay. Your dog just licked your face. Oh, I just want a little kiss. Just a little smooch. Okay. There we go. That's better. Oh, I just... Your dog? What? 10 out of 10. Yippee! Alright, so, today we are playing It Gets So Lonely Here, and there are a few, some content in this game that I feel I should...
Welcome to the stream, Vian Grimm.
Oh. Yay, welcome to my own stream. Yippee! But let me pull up the Steam store page because there are some content in this game that I would like to just give a little preface for. Just in case. Not even my You're almost there. You're almost there. I'm mentally preparing myself. I mean, okay, so straight from the Steam page, the devs describe the content as, this visual novel does not contain any explicit gory artwork or descriptions, however it does touch upon subjects that some readers may find discomforting, such as bullying, drowning, being buried alive, and cannibalism. So, if that's not your cup of tea, anybody that's watching, that is completely okay. Please prioritize your comfort. We'll see you in the next one. But this is a fairy tale horror-esque visual novel with 3 romanceable love interests. I believe there's also 3 ways to die. I don't know if those are linked to the love interests. But oh wait, did I send out my certain tweet? Yes, I did. Okay. Yes, I'm very excited because I've been seeing this around for a while, actually. So I'm really excited to play. How's the volume? Love interest, the fucking air tree and rock. No! This is a Yuri visual novel, so there will be 3 girls that we can romance. And, they'll quote all 3 of us will love us to death. So, teehee. Yuri, holy peak. Yes, 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 this is Toxic Yuri. I read a lot of Toxic Yaoi, so this is a nice change of pace. Also, audio is great. Okay, awesome, awesome. I know this game has a custom soundtrack, so I'm really, really excited. I love the music so far. This is kind of the music, mic by like 2 to 3. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, not meet the mic. Hi, Con! Wait, where? Okay, hold on. That's not what I was looking for. Filters. Noise suppression. I'm the goodest boy. Hopefully that did what I wanted it to do. Okay. But yeah. Oh, I do see we have new people in your account. So, again, just a disclaimer for everyone who is joining in. This is a Toxic Yuri visual novel with, no graphic depictions of gore or violence or anything like that, but it does touch upon themes, such as bullying, being buried alive. I believe I just closed the Steam page, but also cannibalism. So, if that's not your cup of tea, dun dun. If that's not your cup of tea,
Welcome
please
to
take
the
care of
stream,
yourself.
Blur.
That's more important than watching a little silly guy on the internet. But enough yapping. Let's get started. This is gonna be a lot of reading. The UI is so pretty. He mean. Pando's not mean. Don't be mean to Asphodel. Oh wait, I moved Asphodel way down. Way down there. That works. Okay. It's gonna be a lot of me yapping today. You're running through a forest. I got an achievement. Into the wood. Who knows what might be waiting for you? Ah. Oh. It is late at night and the sky is as black as pitch. There is nothing to light your way save for the moon's milky glow. But its rays cannot reach you. Not properly. The trees which surround you, jutting out of earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, are blotting out most of the light. You cannot see where you are going. Even if you had commenced your flight at a more sensible hour, however, with the little light of the sun to aid you, it would be of little use. You do not know where you are going. You have no map, no rope, no plan. You are running like a frightened animal, anxious and very nervy, with no destination in mind. You have no desire, as you run, save to escape. Beefing with Pando. You cannot let yourself be caught. If that were to happen, you are certain that you would be ruined. Ruined? You have no choice, therefore, but to keep going. On and on and on, though your feet are screaming at you for mercy. You have no idea how long you have been running. Time has begun to blend together. It has lost all meaning. Something sharp snags at the hem of your skirt, but you do not have the luxury to pause and examine what has happened. Instead, you tug. Your skirt tears, the sound splitting through the forest, and you stumble forward with a shocked gasp. You are free, but at what cost? Your skirt has been irrevocably damaged. It might be too late to worry about such trivial matters now, though. If you do not start running again, and soon, she will catch you. Then, your life will be over. You do not know if she is still following you, but you do not want to risk looking over your shoulder. If you were to see her, silhouetted beneath a tree, looking at you with that sickly sweet smile which once ensnared you, you would lose what little nerve you possess. Your legs would lock up and your blood would freeze in your veins. Then, you would crumple. You would fall, but you would not hit the ground. She would be there to catch you. I guess we're about to find out. Did she not promise, when you made that contract, that she would never be alone? You would like to take back that silly wish of yours, but it's too late for that. It's It is too late for a lot of things. All you can do is run. You run and run and run while icy fog swirls about your feet. It is cold enough to sap the heat from your body, and you shudder from it. It feels as though you are drowning. It feels as though you are being buried alive. Your knees and your shins, meanwhile, are bleeding. You cannot endure much more of this, but if you value your own life, you must. You run and you run and you run until, at long last, you reach a fork in the road. There are 3 paths which split off through the forest. Well, 4 if you count the path down which you came. You cannot exactly double back on yourself, though. Not when you've put so much effort into running forwards. You can only press on. The 3 paths are signposted, some of which is something of a strange sight given you are so deep in the forest. Dark though it might be, you have grown accustomed to the shadows. You can just about pick up the writing on this old, dilapidated signpost, curved and slanted though it is. Your fate, if you will forgive me for sounding cliché, is in your hands. Now, I wonder, which path will you take? Oh shit, I should have saved right there. Fuck. Could I? Okay. Where are we going? To the shore, to the village, or to the castle? Let's go to the castle. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, I can't go like that far back. Well, I mean, it's fine if we want to restart. Let's save there. Let's go back. Let me see. One sec. So you want to go to the castle. Yes, that is what I selected, narrator. Good idea. All decent fairy tales tend to conclude in castles once their Beliagard put upon heroines are finally able to wed the handsome princes that they once dreamed of. Oh! Why bother trying your luck with the shore, which may very well be deserted, or the village, which will be full of dirty, barefoot peasants? This narrator's kind of fucking rude. It is far better to skip the suffering and go straight to the grand finale. Smash. That is very astute of you. I did not realize you had it in you to be Sir Mercenary. Is this narrator calling me fucking dumb? I can only wonder what you will uncover during your moonlight meanderings. The night is far from over, and your adventures are only just beginning. I hope only that you brought... I hope...
Welcome to the stream, International Intolerance.
That was another thing I added before stream. Seribot, which Khan recommended to me. And it works like a dream so far. Excellent. Oh, that noise. I also really like all the sound design in the game so far. Very ambient. I hope only that you have brushed up upon your curtsies. They might come in handy when one is interacting with the sovereign. Yeah, no, the narration is really, really good. Royals can be temperamental, after all. If you fail to treat them with the prerequisite amount of respect, you might come to regret it. You follow the path which leads to the castle, supporting yourself on weary, aching legs which feel ready, at a moment's notice, to detach from your hips. You are little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb. You feel like a great lumbering thing, clumsy and ungainly. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a spare room available for you in the castle. You do not know what, exactly, will await you at the castle. But you have visions, as you run, of a vast, opulent dwelling. Why is this walking simulator? We're running from her. Who she is? I have no clue. But, she said we'd never be alone again, and for some reason that's a bad thing. So, Grimm, can you hold my hand if I get scared? Of course, of course. This dwelling will surely be full of finely furnished rooms in which you might rest your weary head. There must also be a king and a queen inside this castle, you ponder, who will be kind and wise. And what of their children? What of a princess? Every good castle must possess a princess who will take pity on you and your plight. You can imagine the face of this generous princess with ease, thanks to the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. The princess will be fair of hair and blue of eye, with soft pink lips pursed like rosebud's. Her limbs will be slender, her hands dainty and unsullied from physical labor, and her sensibilities will be sweeter than marzipan. Girlie is already yearning, and she has not met this princess. She'll be kind to you and compassionate, just like an older sister. You do not know what older sisters are like, though, or younger sisters, for that matter. You are only guessing. You are not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Monarchs do not, as far as you know from voracious reading, have the best track record when it comes to caring for the peasantry. Oh, so we're a peasant. Was there not a very famous queen who once said, with the cavalier wave of her hand, that the hungry peasants in her kingdom should not content themselves with cake if bread was not an option? You think that this might be a misquote, but the point still stands. This MC is in heat. I know. The royals are supposed to grant their subjects succor in this. Succor? I feel uneducated reading this. In their time of need. This does not always happen. In fact, it very rarely happens. Kings and queens and princesses and princes are just people, at the end of the day. And they are subject to the same caprices that all humans are. They can also be careless and selfish and inconsiderate. There is no guarantee that this mythical princess of your imagination will help you. Why, there's no guarantee that this mythical princess exists at all. Still, you must try. It is this hope which keeps you going. You continue to run to the castle. It some takes time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally, you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? This narrator is a smartass. Okay, we peasant. There's the love of our life chasing us, and we're being stupid while being horny and naked. Peak gameplay. I don't know about naked. I think our skirt just got ripped, so I don't think it got ripped off. But I think the branches tore it up. The forest behind you now, at last, and all the nightmares which dwelt within it. It is still cold, though, and very foggy, and very, very dark. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl, or orb, or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the castle, which looms in front of you like a cliffside. To some degree, Grimm, it's naked. Do you go running around with your undies showing? I don't enjoy running, period, much less in my underwear. The stone edifice of the building is imposing, and it drowns you in shadows darker than the depths of the deepest ocean. I love this art style, how everything looks like like an old oil painting. I think it's very, very pretty. The castle is not all dark, though. Not like the night sky above it. When you crane your head, you can see that there are lights flickering within, in the narrow, slitted windows. It would appear that somebody is home. The king and the queen, perhaps? What of their servants? What, perhaps more pressingly, of their guards? You half expect, as you stand there, for the armored knights will accost you for daring to approach the castle of King and Queen so-and-so. Do you not know your place, foolish peasant girl with the dirty skirt? That's just rude. Rude, rude, rude. Be gone with you. Oh. You are not, of course, a peasant. Your family is a wealthy one. Or, rather, they were, before your fathers made a series of poor financial decisions. You do not look like a young lady right now, though, with your dirty face and your dirty skirt, which is torn at the hem. See, it's at the hem. So it's not, we're not even, like, semi-naked. We're just kind of dirty. If any guards were to take you for a vagrant, it would not be surprising. But, though you stand there dithering, your filthy fingers hooked in front of your filthy skirt, you do not hear any cries. Nobody sounds the alarm. This is so lore accurate. What do you mean by that? Lights might be on inside the castle, but there is nobody outside of its perimeter standing sentry. There is nobody to impede your entry, and the elaborate iron gates, which are set into the vast stone walls about the castle's exterior, are open. Just a crack. It would be a trivial matter to slip inside. There is nobody to stop you. Why are you traveling now, you silly thing? You have come so very far, it would be an act of foolishness to turn around now. Go on. Go. You inhale, perhaps in an attempt to screw up your courage, which has, at long last, begun to fail you. And then, you step forwards. You slide between the wrought iron gates, as stealthy and as secretive as a thief, and cross the patch which leads up to the tall, imposing structure. The domed doorway which leads into the castle itself, hewn from stone, is closed, but at a push of your palm, it swings inwards. A door creaks alarmingly as it opens, the sound low enough to split the silence like a thunderclap. You inhale at this and glance around, your eyes darting hither and thither. If there are any guards posted about the castle's grounds, they should have all been alerted by that sound. Will they come for you, at long last? What will happen should they catch you? Will they throw you in the dungeons? That does not sound like a pleasant way to spend the night. At least you would have a roof over your head, though, and you would not have to keep walking. Your feet really do ache. You stand there for an indeterminable amount of time, your heart pounding like a You stand there for an interdeterminable amount of time, your heart pounding a panicked, irregular rhythm in the base of your throat. But... oh, I can hear my heartbeat in my ears. That's so cool. Can you do different voices for different characters? I can try. I would like to work on my range for voice acting, so this would be a good time to try. But doing potentially 4 different female voices may be a little hard. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Ooh, okay. We'll see how it goes. I also don't know how many characters we'll come across. If you need help, let me know. Thank you. But no matter how much time elapses, no guards come. You are thankful for your good luck, though it does make you wonder, where is everybody? Why, it is almost as if all the people in the world have disappeared. Could you be the very last human left alive? You frown, then press your palm back against the door. You push less cautiously, this time, heedless of the loud sound which splits the silence. There's no point in worrying about the guards, not when they might very well be non-existent. Ooh, music change. Your entry to the castle secured, you then take a step forwards. The doors swing shut behind you, and the resultant slam makes you jump. You did not expect it. Your heart knocks against your ribs, and, with wild eyes, you glance about. You are standing in a vast entrance hall made of stone, which splits off into any number of passages. At the very end of the hall, meanwhile, there's a large and elaborate staircase, one of which seems to extend to the heavens themselves. I feel like we're gonna come up upon a choice soon. So let's save there. It is dark inside the hall, but there are numerous torches set in sconces in the stone wall, which are aflame. They offer some relief from the shadows. You can hear the faint sound of the wind outdoors as it moans against the castle's impervious walls, but you cannot hear any footsteps. You cannot hear any voices. You cannot, more importantly, hear any people. Maybe the castle is empty. If that is the case, though, then who lit these torches? Come on, when do we get to the sex? I don't know if there is any in this game. There may be cannibalism. Give me 1 second. It is a curious conundrum. You muster up remain. Blah, 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 blah. Who lit the torches? I don't know. Ghosts? Maybe? Maybe it's a haunted castle? Are we gonna meet a ghost princess? Right up my alley. You muster up what remains of your courage, then cry out, addressing the empty hall in a timorous voice which fails to properly fill up the space. Hello, you say, your eyes wide. Is anybody there? Grimm, can I have your coat? I need a curl inside a ball and hide. Wait, I think... Did I set up that redeem properly? I think I did. Hehe, there's now redeem. You can take my jacket. So if you want it, go for it. Your voice echoes through the vast, empty hall, but is met, yet again, with silence. You cannot say you are too surprised, but it is somewhat disappointing. Not one to be deterred, you try again, and again, your voice growing louder with each subsequent attempt. I'm in crippling debt. But I fixed the economy. It costs less spirit orbs for everything now. No matter how loud your voice, however, it fails to reach any ears. If anybody is here, they do not seem to be particularly sociable. That, or perhaps they simply cannot hear you. Could they be in another room? Yes, that must be it. You will never find that pretty fairy tale princess of your imagination if you stand idle, you know? It is time to get to work. Put those legs of yours to good use. Okay. The economy is fucked only 10 buckos after 5 whole minutes. I don't know what you want me to do about that. Not knowing what else to do. Is there anything else you can do? You begin to explore. You examine the rooms on the first ground floor of the castle, which are of similar scale to the impressive entrance hall, large and richly furnished, but utterly unoccupied. After some time of aimless meandering, encountering nobody save the ghost of aeons past memorialized portraits upon the walls, you muster the courage to ascend to the second floor. We're ascending. I'm not surprised she isn't looking for better clothes. I don't think stealing from royalty would be a good idea. Nova, darling! Hello, hello, how are you? Oh shit, Nova. It's Nova, everybody! Hold on, let me drink some water. I've been yapping, narrating for the past 30 minutes. Ugh. It's been a while since I've done a game where I'm dying inside. Why? What's wrong? What happened? Do I need to bury someone? How are you? I'm good. I'm very, very excited about this visual novel. I've been wanting to play it forever. It's been a beautiful yapping session. Thank you, thank you. Trying very, very hard to be smooth narrator voice. LMAO. If you need someone taken care of, Nova, I do live in a cemetery. Just say the word. This floor, too, you examine, wandering through a seemingly endless series of hallways until, at long last, you find a door which is ajar. Ah, yes. Hello, Khan. Head pat, head pat. Grimm ain't wrong. She sent a ghost after me. They took my socks. I had my interview and I have another interview, but I need to do a medical and I can't fill out the form because my location doesn't exist. Just journal crush up. Ooh, I'm so sorry. How did your interview go? Did it go well? I hope it did. My sweet grave bunny. Grave bunny, that's so cute! Oh yes. Ah, to catch you up to speed, Nova, we were running from her. They did not say who she was. Someone who promised we would never be alone, ever. But we were running away from her, and now we're in a castle. You live in a non-existent location, this motherfucker in the void. They were late and really hard to understand, but it went okay otherwise. Ooh, I really hate when it's late. When, like, interviewers or people that you're meeting with are late, especially for a job. Uh-oh, yandere. Yes. This is a toxic yuri visual novel with, 3 love interests, apparently 3 ways to die, and I should give this disclaimer. There are, well, no graphic depictions of, mentions of bullying, being buried alive, and I believe cannibalism. So, there are 3 love interests, and there was 3 paths we could choose from in the beginning. I chose the castle. So, the MC has not been... Oop, yeah. So, you know, proceed with caution. I might need to dip then. Hey, it's no worries. If it gets a little bit too much, that's completely fine. I might need to some dude. Yes. But you might need to fight Vian for that. But yes, if at any point it gets too much, Nova, that's completely fine. Your comfort and well-being is my priority. But it is... I can tape Grimm on. No, you can't! I was here first. From between the crack in the door and the jamb, you can see a flickering light. Irregular, yes. But it's light nonetheless. You got this. Think, think. Wait, what kind of fight are we talking about? Like a fist fight, no? What kind of fight are you talking about? Could it be from a fireplace? I'm small, but I'm scrappy. Oh, a fist fight. What? Hey! Yeah, it lose. Oh, hey, you're always getting on everyone else for being a perv in my chat. Have they corrupted you too, some dude? Oh, Wait! That would suggest, then, that this room is occupied, unlike all the others. You know he's gonna bury you after, too. Of course, of course. I can't have any evidence now. Grimm, the influence is happening. Please spare me. I have no... Oh, no, shit. I have no, sway in that. That's all you, buddy. That's all you. Perhaps the kindly princess you dreamed of will be awaiting you in this room. Guys, we're gonna meet a princess. It is with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door. You push it. Then you step inside the bedchamber, which unveils it to you. We're in her bedroom! Princess, yes. There was 3 pathways to choose from: the village, a shore, or the castle, and I picked the castle. The castle. Shyly, you stand in the threshold of the chamber, much of your courage extinguished, and gasp. The sound alert didn't work. What? Oh. Probably because I didn't have... Unless the game is too loud. It was perfectly timed too. I'm so sorry, some dude. The bedroom itself is gorgeous. It is a chamber so luxuriant, not even the shadows can obscure the fine craft of the furniture within it, nor the rich patterns on the walls. It is the girl inhabiting the bedchamber, however, who truly takes your breath away. Are we gonna meet the... Oh my god, she's so cute! Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering 4-poster is a girl in a sumptuous red gown who seems to be of a like age to you. You do not have a clear view of the girl's face. Her head is bowed, her gaze directed downwards at her lap. You can tell from her hair, however, and her slender calves, which protrude from beneath the hem of her dress, that she is very pretty. Smart looking gal, uh-huh. That's absolutely what you were gonna say. The girl's hair is golden, just like freshly cut wheat, but it is the red of her dress that truly captures your attention. She is so striking you cannot look away from her. What is that? That scared me! The girl is not alone in her chamber either. She has a companion, though this companion is not half as endearing as she. In her lap, perched upon her velvet skirt, is a doll. The doll's hair, like that of her mistress's, is golden, though much of it is hidden beneath a bonnet. I've got you. The girl is adjusting the china teacup held in the doll's tiny hand, which the rim of the cup glints in the light which exudes from the fireplace. If they really just got called ugly, they really did! The narrator called us ugly and a peasant earlier.
Welcome
Hey,
to the
gamer.
stream, one lazy cat underscore.
Hello, lazy cat. How are you? Harsh. Harsh indeed. We're there running for our lives and we're like, you're kind of a stupid, ugly peasant girl, aren't you? And I'll say, lovely, I know. If the girl is of a similar age to you, it seems that she would content herself by playing with dolls. Is she not too old for it? This girl would be more at home, you decide, at a ball, or in an extravagant gown, speaking with a wealthy nobleman. Perhaps even princes. She should not be sitting in what you presume is her bedchamber, adjusting a teacup in a doll's hand. She's so cute. But you are not afforded much more time to stand there, marveling at the girl, because she turns. She raises her head. Then, her eyes meet yours. You thought the girl pretty when you first observed her, sitting on the edge of her plush, velveteen bed, examining her doll. Now she is looking at you, however, her face illuminated by the flames in their grate. You can see that you were mistaken. She's not just pretty. She's beautiful. So much so, it is breathtaking. She looks as though she had stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She is simply too perfect to belong to this world. MC has it bad. Perhaps she's some kind of vision? A waking dream? A hallucination? But no. She's none of those things. The doll in her lap is a cold, hard thing made of porcelain. It is unflinchingly, reassuringly real. The MC is horny right now. I don't know if it's that. I think the MC was scared for her life. If she were a mirage, surely she would not be able to handle physical objects such as this. It is strange, though. The doll, though immaculately made, looks oddly imperfect when compared to the girl who was holding it. She is so startlingly beautiful. She even puts man-made representations of feminine charms to shame. Not as sublime as our bunny, but continue. Nova! The sight of her makes you feel rather weak. You always have had a fondness for fair maidens, haven't you? Narrator just pointed at us and said, girl like her, lesbian, girl like her, girl kiss her. Oh, cute. You always have— oh, already read this. You're rather hopeless when it comes to them. Even worse than a knight errant from a courtly legend. Oh, so we're a girl failure. I can work with that. Your aesthetic appreciation is not particularly ladylike, but, well, it is not every day a girl encounters an elegant beauty like this, attired in red, illuminated by the firelight. Normally I'm a boy kisser, today I am a girl kisser. Always a failure no matter the gender. It's amazing. I try my best. I try my best, I swear. I suppose I can forgive you for this rudeness, as too can the girl. She does not seem to be the type to hold a grudge. Oh! Oh, hold on. The girl says in a voice that is surprisingly enough far less refined than her appearance. It is good to see you. I've been waiting. Has she? That is news to you. Guys, she's been waiting. She's been waiting for— You blink, perplexed, as a response on the tip of your tongue, but you're unable to expel it into the ether. The girl is setting her doll aside. Then she stands, the hem of the dress swishing about her legs. Nimbly, like a ballerina, she canvasses the space between you. Her room is so very large, there's quite a lot of space. Then takes your hands into her own. You must, the girl says, her eyes aglow with excitement, be my new lady's maid. It's been a while, but it's such a relief that you finally arrived. I knew that you would. You'd never leave me alone, not when you knew how long I was waiting. Oh, I'm so happy. The girl's good mood is contagious, so much so you find yourself being swept away with it. Ads. Okay, wait, hold on. We wait. We wait for the ads. This is probably a good time to save as well. Yes. Now that's scary. Vian voiceover. For the ads? You want a break from the ass? Sorry. It's Vian working on VA time. Let me know when the ads are done. We can continue. I don't want you guys to miss anything. What kind of voice should we give her? So it said it's not as refined as it would expect, but I find myself wanting to give her like the smooth kind of princessy voice. I don't know. With the like voice I did for Muppet. My stream is being too laggy. Oh no! Maybe refresh? Close the stream out and open it again? See if that helps. I believe the ad should be done now, so let's go ahead and continue. Oh yeah, you could try it. Okay, let's see. You're tempted to accept any identity she might press upon you. Oh, so we're just simping already. My internet is down. Uh-oh. You've never been a maid before.
Welcome to the stream.
But you might not mind being this girl's maid. Vian maid era confirmed. That's enough rivals for me. Hey, Bun Bun. Icon! Kind of like how down bad the MC is. It's so funny. She was simping for this princess before we even met said princess. Before we even knew there was a princess in this castle. It's great. The stream delay is 30 seconds. Oh, I'm so cooked. My sincerest apologies. How was Rivals, Con? Do you play support in Rivals too? Or is that just Overwatch? She does not seem like a poor mistress to serve. Not if she was always this kind. You cannot match the confusion, however, which flickers across your face. Hell incarnate. Eee. I'm so sorry. People have been telling me to play Marvel Rivals, but that's also the same thing that I get, is that it's hell. You should play it. I'm like, I play anything really, tank DPS with support. Ah, I see, I see. You are not a good enough actress, and in any case, this is all happening too quickly. Why? You barely know this girl. Why is she being so very familiar? It is with blank, bovine eyes that you examine this girl. Your befuddlement is pronounced enough that even the girl, despite her good mood, notices it. She frowns. Every FPS community to reach. Yeah. Then, she says, her fingers sliding away from your own. Or am I mistaken? Are you not my new lady's maid after all? The disappointment in the girl's face is abundant, so much so, your heart clenches. You do not know her. She is still a stranger, but you are struck, all of a sudden, with the intense desire to appease her. You do not want to let her down. The thought is devastating. She's cute, oh god. She is! I love her dress and her crown. She's so pretty. I love this, I've said it before, but I love the art style. Like the old oil paintings, the UI. It gives very, like old, RPG Maker games. I've been wanting to play some of those. Vian is cooking. You are not aware, you tell her, that you applied to be her maid, but if that is what she wills, you would not be opposed to it. I was not aware I was going to be becoming a maid this stream. You pray that she forgives you, though, for your discombobulation. You come from the distant country and you have traveled for many miles. You do not know where you are, and you do not know who she is. Oh, I thought I had to sneeze. Why aren't you in uniform? Should I be? Should I be? Hehehe. You do not know where you are, and you do not know who she is. Yes. I mean, I had meant to save that. But I fear it's pretty fitting for this. Well, we'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. Nova, calm down. Scandalous. What? You don't know who I am? It is regrettable, you tell her, but no, you do not know her. Though it is no fault of her own. Why, you have spent such a long time running. You hardly even know yourself. Oh. Well. There goes my jacket. If anyone wants it to hide behind, you're now more than welcome. If Khan's willing to give it up. Ah, so you're a fugitive then? From another country? I see. I won't pry into your past then, if you'd rather forget about it. I don't mind sharing my past with you, though. Everybody in this country knows who I am, after all. Or, at least, they should? Now, this is quite the impressive boast. If it were to come from the lips of another, you would find it unpleasantly arrogant. You do not think, however, that this girl is trying to show off. You get the feeling, instead, that she is merely telling the truth. If you don't have the pleasure of knowing me, then allow me to do the honors. My father and mother were the queen of this realm, and I am its princess. I've lived in this castle all my life, so I don't know much about the outside world, but I know that other countries do exist out there. I presume it is from one of these foreign countries that you come from. It is very good to meet you. I've always wanted to talk to somebody from overseas. It feels quite the opportunity. Can we hold a poll to see if we pursue the ghost before seeing the other two? I feel like it'll all be failure, for real, for real. I think the love interest may have been locked behind the very first choice, where we could go either to the castle, the village, or the shore. Ads again? What? I have them set for like every 40 minutes. The fuck is happening to me? I don't know, genuinely. Do I need to check my ads? A break from the ass? Yeah, it's supposed to be a 1-minute ad break every 40 minutes. That's kind of crazy. I don't see ads, but I don't know. I think Twitch may just have some beef with some dude. I've gotten 2 so far. That shouldn't be happening. If your browser refreshed, you would get another ad. It's just you. Ah. Oh yeah, that happens to me sometimes when I'm watching other people's streams. Break from the ass. You want a break from the ass? The girl giggles at this, and you smile in response. You want a break from the ass? You tell her unthinkingly, that is your pleasure, really, to meet her. Or at least you mean to. Never. You only get halfway through this remark when the full gravity of what the girl has told you sinks in. You come to a stop. Then, you stare. Did she just say she was a princess? Did the crown not give it away? I feel like the MC is kind of a girl failure, useless lesbian. And you know what? That's fine. I don't think we've seen the MC yet either. Yes, that's right. I'm a princess, and one day, I'll be a queen. After I've done a little bit of growing up. Literally, or the bedroom in the castle. Literally, the MC has been like daydreaming about a princess this whole time, and now that when she's like, oh, I'm a prince, and she's like, huh? Like, my ministers don't think I'm ready to run the country just yet, but I've been doing my best at my lessons. One day, I'm sure I'll be the best queen there ever was. So, she really is a princess. That makes sense, you suppose, given she lives in a castle, but it comes as a surprise regardless. Like the crown, the gown, the opulent bedroom. Go on, hold ahead of me, I'll hold her back. That makes sense. Oh, I already read that. You hadn't known before you entered this chamber. There you were trespassing on a lady of such great renown. Why, if she willed it, she could have you executed for your carelessness. An ugly red flush creeps up your face. A flush which is far more lurid than the princess's dress. You look at your feet. Bashfully, you stammer out a new address, that you are very sorry for intruding upon her, and you hope that she can forgive you. Oh, it's all right. Think nothing of it. I don't mind, really. We all make mistakes. And anyway, you weren't to know. You said you weren't from around here? You nod your head in silent affirmation. It isn't a complete lie. You really are not from this country. You are not from this world at all. Oh! How wonderful! I'll look forward to picking your brain later. My brain? All of my servants come from the nearby village. Their tares are all the same, and so are their superstitions. I could do so with a brush of blah 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 blah. I could do with a breath of fresh air. My last lady's maid told me I was too impetuous, but I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a bit of adventure. Not that I've ever been afforded much of that. I've been shut up in here for so long. I've
been shut up in here for so long. I hardly get a chance to talk to other girls my age. My last lady's maid was older than me, and so was the one before her, and the one before her. Some of the princess's fair mood seems to dissipate as she speaks, her expression turning, by degrees, into something rather more pensive. But I haven't seen any of my old lady's maids in a while. Or any of the other servants, for that matter. They've all disappeared.
Now, that is quite curious. How could a whole house full of servants simply disappear?
That, I don't know. This castle was full of servants once. My lady's maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and a large retinue of retainers. They're all gone now, though. I think my ministers must have sent them away. I don't know why they would have done that, though. They didn't explain it to me.
Wait, what? Yeah, me and over hitting that ghost and maybe Grin too. Maybe Con. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, wait, I think my mic's getting a little too loud.
But then again, they never explain anything to me. They still treat me like a little girl. It is so tiring. She said that her minister sent her servants away? What of her parents, the king and the queen? Would they not be the ultimate authorities in this castle's hierarchy? They would, yes, if they were still alive, but they're not. They died a long time ago. I was raised for most of my life by my servants.
Oh, you answer. And then you flush. This princess might be a ghost. I don't think so, because she can... Well, I mean, some ghosts can handle corporal objects, like the doll, but, I don't think she's a ghost. Uninterested. Ah. Not into princesses, Cobb? We're beating up the ghost. Why are we beating up the princess? She may be evil. I mean, she's been nice to us so far. Much more interested in the bunny boy. Oh!
Ahem.
You hadn't known.
It's alright. You don't need to apologize. I'm just happy that I have you now. I was getting sick and tired of only having my dolls to speak to. They aren't the best conversational partner.
You can imagine so, yes. You doubt any doll, even one made by a talented artisan, with an intelligible face indistinguishable from a human's, be very good at answering back.
Oh no, they aren't. They're hopeless at it, really. They're so stony-lipped. You've no idea how much of a relief it is to see you. This castle is so big, and without my servants, it feels so very empty. I get so lonely here.
Hey, title mention! Now, that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the princess is speaking anew, in that curiously conversational manner of hers which does not seem particularly princessy. The voiceover for the ghost holy. Is it fitting? Maybe she learned how to speak from her servants. That would explain why her consonants are so unrefined. Well, she got like a southern accent?
Oh, listen to me yammering on again. It's a bad habit. I really must put a stop to it.
I'm hardly paying attention, I'm so out of it. You doing okay, Con? If you're not feeling well, please rest up.
You're probably tired, dear one, from your travels. Would you like me to show you to your room? Yes, the princess pronounces before you can do anything in reply. I think I'll do just that.
I'm good, Bun Bun, don't you worry. I mean, I'm gonna worry a little bit. But If you say you're okay, that's good, but please don't push yourself. If you need to rest up, rest up.
I might show you around the castle first, though. It's like a maze in here, and I wouldn't want you getting lost. You'll be staying here for quite some time, after all. The princess then hastens to take you on a tour of her home.
That scared me a little. Is Blurp not working? What the hell, man? Do I need to fix Blurp? Why can't I hear it?
Fortunately, she does not show all of the rooms in her abode, and neither does she offer overly long descriptions as to what the few rooms she does show you are used for. She does, however, pause by the kitchens, whereat she offers you some victuals. Once the growling in your belly has been satisfied— I was about to say what the fuck victuals were, but I guess it's food! She fed us! Once the growling in your belly has been satisfied, the princess then resumes her journey. She leads you down a dark, twisting hallway, and up a series of equally dark, twisting steps until she arrives, at long last, before a door. The princess pushes this door aside summarily, thus permitting you the entrance to a small, humble bedchamber. This chamber is not half so opulent as the grand bedroom in which the princess resides, with its resplendent four-poster and its richly patterned wallpaper. The room's ceiling is not as high, and the singular bed shoved against the wall is thin and narrow. The walls are an unassuming beige, and the floor beneath your soles is of warped wood. There is a malodorous scent too, which hangs in the air, one of disuse and general decay. You get the feeling that nobody has slept in this room for quite some time. That might explain why it feels so very cold in here. Aw, man. I don't got my jacket either. Though the princess's tour of her castle has taught you anything, it is that it's very cold in every room in her abode. Now, here we are, the final stop of our tour. This will be your room, dear one. I hope it's to your liking. The princess, despite her exalted status, looks somewhat uneasy as she observes you, her eyes upturned like those of a loyal dog's. Is she concerned about your reaction to this room? Perhaps she was afraid that you would turn your nose up at her kindness. For a princess, she's awfully eager to please. This unexpected contrast between the princess's lofty title and her ingratiating attitude makes you smile. The room is rather scanty, yes, when it comes to its contents, but it is more than passable.
Nice to
It
meet
has a
you.
roof and four walls, and though it is cold, you fancy you will feel warmer when you have slipped beneath the bed sheets. The room is not quite so fancy as your dormitory at the conservatoire, and neither is it so large, but it does have one glaring improvement over your previous lodgings. You will not be expected to share it with anybody else. There's only one bed in this room, and this bed is to belong to you. You think that the peace and quiet will do you a world of good. You tell the princess as much, and she smiles.
I'ma go, I can't handle this lag anymore. That's completely fair. I'm sorry, some dude. I don't know why it's lagging too bad. My bit rate is fine. Good night, Grimm.
Good night, some dude. Thank you for stopping by. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't like it.
I'll be back next stream.
I'll see you then. Have a good night. I know it isn't much to look at, but it's one of the nicest servants' rooms we have in the castle. Most of the maids sleep beneath the roof in this teeny tiny room, which is all cramped. There's 10 beds up there, and they're so close together. There's barely any room to pass between them. I thought it was perfectly ghastly when I saw it the last time I went up there. Not that I was supposed to be up there. It was a rainy day, and I couldn't go outdoors, so I was doing a bit of exploring. If the housekeeper had known I'd been skulking around, I don't think she'd be best pleased. Well, in any case, nobody sleeps up there anymore. The scullery maids are all gone now. I couldn't put you up there, though, in the attic, with all those empty beds. I didn't think it'd be very cheery. You're not just a scullery maid, which means you're my lady's maid. That means you deserve good lodgings. It'd be an insult to offer you any less than this. Now, it's getting late. You'll have to forgive me for rabbiting on.
Rabbiting on?
I've heard it's something I tend to do. It's a bad habit, one that's unbecoming for a lady. The housekeeper's warned me enough times. You reassure the princess to the contrary, smiling as you do so. You do not mind if she talks too much. That is better than not talking at all. Her affable nature makes it easier to spend time with her. Manners be damned. You were always scolded too, back in the Is it conservatory or conservatoire? Is that like that where it's like boudoir? No, that's not it. I'm gonna say conservatory. How the fuck? That's gonna bug me. Hold on. How do you say
Conservatoire.
Conservatoire. I had it correct. Yippee. I'm somewhat literate.
You were always scolded too back in the conservatoire for your behavior.
We were a troublemaker?
You know full well how aggravating it can be to be upbraided, not for any particular misdemeanor, but for being yourself. Well, I'm glad you understand, the princess answers with a giggle. I really should be off, though. It's bad manners to keep you, especially when you look so sleepy. Get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow if you don't mind my ceaseless prattle. I'm glad you seem to appreciate it, at least. Though, I'm sure you'll get tired of it eventually. All of my old maids did.
Oh wait, no! Misclick. How unfortunate, I guess you're stuck with me. You act like I mind your company, Con.
I quite enjoy it. The princess departs, and in her absence, you take a seat upon the bed. Your new bed. You cannot help but think that this is all happening very quickly. It does not seem like very long ago that you were still in the forest, running for your life amongst the tall, imposing trees with their gnarled, grasping branches. The forest might as well be a distant memory now, though. You are indoors, inside a castle no less, and you have been given a room in which to sleep and clothes that you might wear. It seems premature, still, to declare that you are out of the woods, in a more metaphorical sense, I mean. But things could certainly be worse. You force yourself to stand on legs which feel too weary to support you, and change into the nightclothes hanging in the wardrobe. The nightclothes do not fit you perfectly, but you are too tired to care about that. You're too tired to care about much of anything. You retreat to the bed and slide beneath its sheets. Then, you let your eyelids fall shut. You exhale, and lulled by the breeze which blows outside, you fall asleep. You're so very tired, and your sleep is a deep dark one, darker even than the furthest abysses of the nighttime. Like the night sky, however, which shimmers with stars, your sleep is not devoid of those prismatic fragments you humans call dreams. Though in this case, I rather think your nocturnal imaginings are worth rather more than that. They are not dreams, are they, to which your slumbering mind is subjected? You know that they are not. Otherwise, your body would not be so very cold, not so clammy. The images that flicker beneath your closed eyelids, like the ghostly images in that thing, were not conjured from within your mind. They were, instead, taken from your memories. You are not merely dreaming. You are remembering. You remember the girls who slept in your dormitory, and how they always hastened to use the shower first, so you were last for breakfast. You remember how, when you finally did arrive at the dining hall, the most desirable morsels had already been snapped up by the girls who got there earlier. You struggled, too, to find a seat, once you finally did get your hands on some food, because nobody ever wanted to sit with you. The other girls all acted like you were a leper, save for when they wanted favors.
They never asked for these favors, mind. Why would they? To them, your father's prestige did not matter. They were all wealthy ladies too, many of them wealthier than you. When everybody has the airs and graces of a princess, how is anybody supposed to stand out? You stood out the least in your class, perhaps because you were one of the smallest, the frailest, the sickliest, who always came down with colds in the winter. Your poor health did not stop the other girls from treating you as a servant, though, when they remembered that you existed, of course. So we were bullied? It was your lot in life, as you dwelt within the stone walls of the conservatoire, to carry school bags across the field like a pack mule. Then, come the evenings, the girls in your dormitory had you sewing on missing buttons and ironing out the creases and wrinkles in their uniforms. If there was an odd job that needed performing, you would always be asked. But these girls did not ask you. That would have been too civilized. They ordered you instead, and as they ordered you, they laughed at you. They laughed and they laughed and they laughed. The laughter hurt, but it hurt considerably less than the kicks did, and the slaps, and the pinches. Also, I did in fact stalk your Genshin builds, and I need you to look me in the eyes and explain that official build. Why is the world is she built like that set? With Pale Flame? Because she is my DPS. Lord. What do you mean, Lord? You got a problem with my official build? Once, during an embroidery lesson, one of your classmates had an accident with her sewing scissors. She stumbled. Or at least she pretended to. And before you knew it, the silvery blades of those scissors were embedded in your left palm. This happened quite some time ago, when you were even littler than you are now. But you can still remember it. It hurt a lot. The scissors were sharp, and they perforated your skin, not all the way to the bone, but enough to bleed. Your wound bled bright red, like strawberry jam, all over your embroidery. Then, when your professor saw it, she shrieked. Her face turned as pale as way, and she looked, for a few moments, as though she might faint, though you were the one who was in pain. Your professor looked at your face. She could not bear to look at your hand, then demanded to know why you could not be more careful. Her tone had been an accusatory one, almost as if you had stabbed yourself in the hand with your scissors to goad her. The pain in your hands hurt, but the giggles of your persecutors hurt all the more. They were never punished for that. Perhaps your professor did not care enough to punish them. Perhaps she, like everybody else, thought it was all your fault. The wound, when all was said and done, was not too deep. You did not even need any stitches. It healed well enough in time, on its own, though it left a scar. A white raised thing, like a crescent moon. You still have that scar. Lord, well, it's ranked bottom, like, 53%. It works fine enough for me! But I also think that was, I did that build a while ago before a lot of new artifact set came out, so I don't know if there's one that's better for best in slot. But I do know that I play her as an on-field DPS as opposed to an off-field DPS, so that's why Pale Flame works a little bit better for the way that I play her, at least. Since a lot of the builds that I've seen are based on Oz's damage. Just purely. But Pale Flame gives me a decent balance of both, I feel. Where's your whimsy? Exactly, Con. Where's your whimsy? You do not know how much blood you lost. It seemed like a lot back in the classroom. You could still smell it in the air, sharp as iron.
but it could not have been that much, evidently. If your wound had been more serious, perhaps your professor might have cared. Perhaps your classmate too would have felt some modicum of guilt over what they did. But this seems very unlikely. You know that your blood meant nothing to your classmates. Why should it? If you meant next to nothing, then the blood in your veins was, if such a thing is possible, even more inconsequential. Ay. That's so sad. So if we were at a conservatoire before this, how did we meet the girl, whoever we were running from? Why were we running from her? But I guess if we were as bullied as severely as we were, it would make sense that we'd want to make some kind of contract or pact with this strange girl to never be alone again. But who was that girl, and why? What went wrong? I wonder if we'll get the answer to that. You feel disoriented when you wake, at long last, with the rising of the sun. You do not remember what you dreamt, but you do not think that your dreams were of a particularly pleasant nature. That also happens to me a lot. I don't really remember what I dream about. I usually just have a vague feeling, I guess. But I do know that I've been dreaming the same thing for a while, if I do dream. And I can't really remember what it is. If they were, your heart would not be hammering so. I don't know if you can hear the heartbeat, but that's such a good touch that that's been happening. Mods touch him. Touch who? What mods? Saribot? Ill at ease, you glance around. Yeah, faintly. It's faintly in my ears as well. I think it's a nice touch. It was really loud in the forest. Like when we were running, it was like hammering in my ears. You were lying in a narrow bed in an unremarkable room, one with dull beige walls and a warped wooden floor. Where exactly are you? This does not look like your dormitory in the conservatoire. Not unless it is shrunk threefold overnight. Your brow furrow as you attempt to recall the events of the night prior, and, with a gasp, it all clicks into place. You remember now. Huh? You were running through the woods, trying to escape from... You shudder. You do not want to think of what it was you were trying to escape from. You presume that you must have given your hunter the slip, though, because you are still in one piece, awake and alert enough to face the dawning of a new morning. You still have all of your limbs, and your facial features appear to be in the correct configuration. I could have lost my limbs? I'm gonna touch him. Oh, you meant head pads. You meant head pads, right? That is more than enough to be getting along with. You look to the foot of your bed, then blink, bemused at your discovery. You can see, lying upon the sheets, a garment. 2 garments, actually. Of black and white, folded into neat squares. The pause. What could that be? A maid's outfit? And if so, it would not be too surprising. You can now recall your visit with the princess the night prior, and her assertions that you'd be her lady's maid. Well, if that is the role she wants you to assume, you have no qualms with it. It is far preferable to the role you played last night, that of a startled quarry running from its pursuer. You press your fingers against the humble maid's attire. It feels surprisingly soft to the touch. Not coarse like you expected. I think you know I don't mean head pats, but... Anyway... These clothes are rather fine! Do we put on the maid dress, or do we not put on the maid dress, guys?
Did the princess put them there? Wait, how early did the princess wake up if we woke up... If she woke up before us to put the outfit out for us? Are we not, as her maid, supposed to wake up before her and, like, prep her things for us? Why is she putting our clothes out? Made dress sound like a good idea. Unbiased. We can... You know what? Okay, we can have maid dress as a little treat. And so that is all the more reason to wear them. You are not churlish enough to deny her hospitality. You rise from your new bed, then undress yourself, unbuttoning the front of your plain white nightgown and setting it aside. This task accomplished, you then clad yourself in your new attire. Black, white, and eminently sensible. An anemone. Hold on. There we go. Surprise! You feel very far away from the girl that you once were. Your face might have been the same as always. Your face might be the same as always, but something within you seems to have changed. Well, don't hurt yourself. I won't. We're being careful. Thank you. I was saving it, but I feel like this is a good, time to use it. Your face might be the same as always, but something within you seems to have changed. Ravioli, I'm gonna start digging your booty. That's crazy! I think my mic is... I think I messed with the sensitivity on my mic too much. If I get too loud, let me know. You are no longer a student, not as long as you mean to reside within the princess's castle. You would far rather be her servant. We would? Wow. Assured of your newfound identity, you retreat from your bedchamber, then make your way to your mistress's bedroom. We adapted to this super quickly. Like, super quickly. MC down so bad. The castle is a large one with many rooms and many hallways to connect them. And for a brief while, you find yourself horrendously lost. You cannot remember where the princess's bedroom is. You are beginning to feel rather disoriented when, to your relief, your eyes snag upon a stairwell that looks rather familiar. Could this be the way? You ascend these steps, your footfalls cushioned by the plush carpet which lines them. Then you find your way down the very same hall you traversed the night prior. If your memory does not fail you, then the princess's bedroom ought to be... Yes, here it is. You rap upon the door but receive nothing in the way of a response. Is the princess still abed? You wonder, briefly, whether you oughtn't wait until she has risen of her own accord. But no. The sun is high in the sky, and it would seem a shame to let the princess sleep through the day. You ought, instead, to rouse her. That seems like the sort of duty a lady's maid should attend to. Yes. Waking up, preparing the food, running her bath, that kind of thing. Wakey, wakey! You enter the princess's bedroom and glance about. Her room looks much the same as you remember it from the night prior, though the ceilings seem even higher when viewed in the wan morning's light. You can see now that there are fewer shadows to impede your view, how very opulent your young mistress's abode is. Her armoire is large and imposing, as is the grate in which she'll be expected to keep a fire lit during the nights. The princess herself, meanwhile, is curled on her side beneath the sheets, looking rather less grandiose than her title would suggest. She is attired in a nightgown adorned with frills, and her hair is split across her pillow like spilled gold. In her slender arms, meanwhile, held to her chest, is a doll, the very same one she was cosetting last night. This narrator makes me feel so uneducated. I thought I knew a lot of words. I'm a very wordy person. I talk a lot. I feel illiterate. You suppose this doll must be her favorite. Idly, you wonder what the doll's name is, though you do not suppose it matters all that much. It is time to wake your mistress. You call out to the princess, but she is largely unresponsive.
Her eyelashes are still sewn tightly shut and her lips pursed in slumber. You purse your lips too, and sigh.
Well, nobody ever said your job would be easy. Trying to really make you feel like a dumb commoner. I know! That was one of the first things the, narrator said, or one of the things. They said that that we were like dirty, scrawny peasant girl. I was like, it's so rude.
Once again, you call to the princess, and this time, she replies.
Her response is not a favorable one, however.
She sighs, then turns away from you, her doll clutched to her chest. Just give me a little longer. The princess sounds so enfeebled, you do not take pity on her. If you have learnt anything from the conservatoire, save for knowledge pertaining to the respiratory tracts of fish, it is one that must be cruel to be kind. You do not think this adage was practiced with any great success in the conservatoire, but perhaps it will have more of an impact upon the princess. You tell her once again to wake up, more sternly this time. You will not let her sleep, for she has slept long enough already. It is very slovenly, really, to still be in bed at such an hour.
Narrator is a nosy little shite. He really is.
Oh, the princess sighs. All right. I can see that I can't twist you around my little finger.
She's so cute!
I'm up. You don't need to nag me. Once you have roused the princess from her bed and you have put her doll to one side, you set upon her toilet. You aid the princess in the brushing of her hair, a chore to which she submits willingly, like a cat might allow its fur to be brushed. You allow yourself to ponder as you run the bristles of the princess's brush through her hair. How wonderfully soft it feels against your skin.
Down bad. Won't you please brushing her hair and styling it for her? It's really cute.
But a curious query from the princess. Are you alright, dear one? Brings you back to your senses.
You were rather lost in thought there. Look lively now. You don't want the princess to catch wind of your salacious thoughts, would you? Salacious? Scandalous maid. Scandalous. I thought you had learned your lesson about that already. Oop. Oop indeed.
Suitably chastened.
Chastened?
You finish with the princess's hair, then set the brush aside. Now that the princess's tresses have been taken care of, you must start on her attire. The princess remains seated upon the edge of her bed, looking up at you askance.
She does not ask you to avert your eyes, nor does she make any motion of divesting herself of her nightgown. It really does seem as though she expects you to undertake this task on your own. Well, is that alright? You ask the princess as much. You do not wish to impinge upon her modesty, but she only laughs.
Yes, that's alright. It's what you're supposed to do if you're to be my lady's maid. I'm used to being dressed and undressed. I'm not a bit squeamish about it.
She might be squeamish about it, but you are. You have never seen a naked woman before excepting yourself. Even then, however, you've always dressed and undressed furtively, not wanting to examine your body for longer than is strictly necessary. You have never much liked the way that you look. You make a few more mumbled objections, but the princess sweeps them to one side easily.
It's alright. I might be a princess, but we're both people underneath all of our clothes. I doubt we look much different.
You are not sure about that. Oh, so we're an insecure girl failure.
You have not yet seen the princess unadorned, but you already know, to look at her face, that you are different. She is much, much prettier than you are. But she is waiting, and you do not wish to keep her any longer. You steady your nerves. Then, you reach out with trembling hands,
and you begin to undo the buttons which run down the front of the princess's nightgown. You work as quickly as you are able, which, given how badly your hands are shaking, is not very. You fumble with a couple of the buttons, flinching as you do so. Girl failure. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what it is exactly you are doing. Or not doing, for your fingers have begun to seize up with the front of her nightgown. She's not even looking at you. Instead, her gaze is directed beyond your shoulder to the windowsill and the sky beyond it.
It isn't particularly sunny, but I don't think it's too cold outside. Going for a walk might not be a bad idea. What do you think, dear one?
Her calling us dear one is very, very cute. You think that you would like to finish undressing the princess as soon as possible, so that you can make some progress on dressing her again. The sight of all this exposed skin is bad for your heart. Girl failure. Fortunately, you are able to make quick work of the princess's nightgown despite your initial mishaps, spurred on, perhaps, by your anxiety. Anxiety is one hell of a motivator. You bid the princess to stand, which she does, and neatly, she steps out of her nightgown, her motions, once again, as graceful and as fluid as a dancer's. They're so cute together. They are! I'm a little worried for the other shoe to drop. And see what happens after this. Guess we'll just have to wait and find out. Okay. This task completed, you search worriedly, for the princess's red dress. Where is it? You cannot find it. Sweat begins to prickle on the back of your neck. Your palms, meanwhile, feel uncomfortably clammy. The gatmo is gonna be so tasty, OMG. It's gonna be so good. I'm so excited. The moments pass awkwardly, uneasily, as you search. The princess standing there, all the while, as naked as the day she was born. Why did you not find her day dress before you stripped her of her night one? What a fool you are! The princess, noting your panic, giggles and says,
Are you looking for my dress?
Yes, you reply, your face flushed. That is what you were doing.
I thought so. I did wonder, before you started undressing me, why you'd not ask where it was. Maybe it slipped your mind?
It had slipped your mind, yes. To your shame. You're so busy trying not to fixate on the princess's bared skin to think about how best to conceal it.
My dress is in my armoire,
the princess says, glancing over to the aforementioned piece of furniture. The armoire of hers is an intricately carved wooden structure, large enough, or so you estimate, to fit at least enough dresses to attire a whole ballroom's worth of princesses.
I'd like to wear the red one. And it's my favorite. Would you be a dear and fetch it for me? I don't want to rush you, but it is rather cold in here, especially when I'm still naked.
She raises a good point. You turn away from the princess and make your way to her armoire. Once there, you open its wooden doors and peruse the clothes hanging within. It is just as you expected. Inside that wardrobe lies numerous dresses, all of them finely sewn and decorated with no shortage of ribbons, lace, and iridescent pearls. You find the princess's red dress soon enough, then hurry to her side. With your spoils in your hands, you hurry to dress her, concealing, once again, the princess's pale skin beneath layers upon layers of soft red velvet. She's easier to look at now, you think, with her skin concealed. That might have been the most nerve-wracking task you have ever had to accomplish, even more so than your perilous escape through the foggy forest. Dramatic. Why, it seems a small miracle you can still remember how to breathe.
Ah, that's much better.
Thank you, dear one, for your help.
You've not been here for a full day, but I already wonder what I'd do without you.
Shyly, you assure the princess that you did nothing. Really, nothing beyond your job. You did not do anything incredible. And in any case, being complimented by someone so pretty is embarrassing. I agree.
Aw, don't be like that. I want to compliment you. Why shouldn't I, when you've been so helpful? It'd be rude not to, and anyway.
I think you're very pretty too. Oh my.
Your face flushes deep from this, more deeply than ever before. You ought to count yourself lucky, really, with all of this excessive blushing, that the princess does not seem to possess any vampiristic tendencies. You're making yourself quite the easy target.
Is that foreshadowing?
Now, the princess declares, why don't we go for a walk? It's been enough day. It's a nice enough day, and I get so very bored with being cooped up inside. You can't think of any particular objections to raise to this remark, and you think that the princess might have a point. The castle, though expansive, is somewhat stifling.
Pretty girl called us pretty guys. Princess and maid trope is very, very good. Like royalty and servant as always. Chef's kiss.
The walls are so very thick, they put your mind of a crypt. They put you in mind of a crypt.
What's wrong with crypts? They can be cozy. Mine is.
With your acquiescence assured, the princess quits her chamber, her posture elegant and her gait unhurried.
Love me some stained glass.
She seems not to walk as she navigates through the seemingly endless hallways of her home, but to float like a cloud. The hem of her dress swishes around her legs, and her hair shifts like a shroud. The castle's courtyard, meanwhile, is sadly lacking in comparison to the princess's beauty. The courtyard is fenced in by the castle's walls, which look, in the stark midday light, tall and imposing. Faceless soldiers standing sentinel. Though the sun is out, it is not particularly bright, and neither is it particularly warm. The courtyard itself, meanwhile, is in a state of disarray. The flower beds are in shambles, all overgrown with weeds. It is all rather depressing. The princess's castle might be grand in scale, but the courtyard itself is simple, hemmed in to a claustrophobic degree, like a coffin. The princess, however, seems not to share your dolorous mood. She, instead, looks elated by her newfound surroundings, her smile unwavering. She gambols about like a lamb, flittering hither and thither as she examines the weed-infested flower beds. Her frolicking comes to a cease, however, by a bush. One is full of bright red roses. Oh, how very pretty! Do you not think they are gorgeous, dear one? The flowers are not too disappointing, you suppose. They make for a fine spectacle, in fact, a welcome splash of color when contrasted with the dullness and drabness which permeates the rest of the courtyard. Though the other flowers in their beds are wilted, withered things, it is not so for these roses. They are rich, bright red, just like their blood. Oh, just like blood. Their heads so full they almost seem to droop beneath the weight of their own engorged petals. They are pretty, in a sense. There's something unsettling about them, too. Something that is almost obscene. How did those roses become so very red? What has been sustaining them?
Incoming. Liliana VT raided you.
Hello, Lily. Hello, everyone. How you doing? How is the Pizza Yaoi game? Yes. Hello, Raiders. Hello, everyone. Hope you guys had a good stream with Lily. We are playing a Lily Struggles.
Welcome to the
Oh no. Hi, Haunt.
K9.
I don't actually know much about the game that Lily was playing. The pizza... Papino's Pizza... Totina's Pizza Roll. Is it like a platforming game? Is it... Hiccup.
Where? But hello, everyone. We are playing a visual novel called It Gets So Lonely Here.
It is... it's supposed to be toxic yuri, but so far everything's been very lovely. We ran through a forest from some kind of unknown pursuer. Almost died, and now, we ran into a princess, and now we're her maid. It did happen very, very quickly. But now we're on a walk with our new mistress. Could it be possible that these roses have been draining the life from the other flowers, which are struggling to grow within this garden? It is a fanciful thought, but...
Oh, they are simply divine!
Welcome to the stream.
Looking at these roses always lifts my spirits. They really are my most favorite flowers.
It was fun. It's like Mario, I guess, but on crack. Oh my. I'm glad you had fun. Maybe I'll check it out one of these days. The music was pretty good when I popped in a little bit before my stream. It was funky. A good funky, not a bad funky. I sleep now. Have a good stream. Thank you, Lily. Have a good night. Rest up.
I simply must pick some of them. Perhaps I can use them to decorate my bedchamber. It could use a bit of color.
The princess reaches out as to pluck one of the roses free from its resting place among its brethren. You watch her, your breath bated, anxious that this gesture might result in perforated flesh and bright red blood. But the princess is not as clumsy as you fear. Of course she is not. Who did she think she was? You? This fucking narrator is so mean. Rather than worrying about other people, you would be better served if you worried more about yourself. Thanks, narrator. Thank you so much for your kind concern. The princess holds her newly pilfered rose to her nose and inhales, her eyelids falling shut as the flower's sweet scent washes over her. A few moments of silence pass. Then, the princess begins to toy with the petals which adorn the flower's crown.
Now, let me see. I wonder what fate has in store for me. She loves me.
The princess plucks a petal from the flower's overburdened head.
She loves me not.
The princess continues with this childish incantation, all the while stripping her rose slowly and methodically of its petals. The petals flutter about the princess like bloody snow. The princess's voice, meanwhile, echoes throughout the courtyard, even more melodic than the strains of a piano. Piano? What's a pianola? Like a piano?
She loves me not. She loves me not.
The princess's fingers hover over the final petal, which crowns her nearly denuded flower. Then, with a triumphant smile, she declares, "She loves me! I knew it!" You watch the princess, amused by her girlish good cheer. Then the little mantra she has been reciting is one that you are familiar with. The girl at the conservatoire also used to engage in this little game. The younger ones, at least, who believed that a fairy tale prince would whisk them away. You should try it. You should play Slay the Princess based on how you've been playing visual novel type games. I have heard of Slay the Princess. I have been wanting to play it. It seems very, very interesting. I also like darker twists on like fairy tales and things like that. So I'll definitely look into it. I do love me a good visual novel. I do want to play more of them. If y'all are fine with just listening to me yap. Trying to make sure I drink water because I've been narrating for the past almost 2 hours now. You might have participated in this game yourself when you were a child, but you never pinned your hopes and dreams on a handsome prince. Of course. Thank you, Nova. Your interest in princes has always been minimal. Also, we're a lesbian. A lesbian. Big stretch. Big stretch. Okay. Oh. I really hope you didn't hear it, but my back cracked so loud. Wait. Knuckle pop ASMR. Stretch my neck. When it comes to fair princesses, though, well, that is a different matter altogether, isn't it? Okay, so we're girl failure, lesbian confirmed. I hear it, OMG. Sorry, I'm a little crunchy. I forgot to stretch earlier today, so I'm a little stiff. But I'll probably try to stretch before I go to bed. Glow stick popper. a little bit. It's worse when I first wake up. Everything cracks. My back, my hips, my joints. My elbow pops every now and then. Not my elbow, my shoulders.
Pleasantly, you ask the princess whose love it is she wishes to court, a query which makes the princess giggle. Oh, dear one. Who else would I be thinking of? Naturally, I was thinking of you.
We're so in. Naturally. She says it so easily, as though you ought to have suspected as much, and indeed, part of you did.
You wanted to believe, yet part of you was afraid to. You did not want to be arrogant enough to assume that the princess might care for your affections. You begin to blush, your cheeks almost as red as the roses, while the princess laughs. She laughs and she laughs and she laughs, her voice clear and sweet like a nightingale's song, as though you are the funniest thing she has ever seen.
MC is down so bad.
You never liked being laughed at when you dwelt within the walls of the conservatoire. But it is different with her. You have not known her for all that long, but you are already entranced by her, ensnared. She has you wrapped around her little finger. Oh my! The princess's laughter tapers off into a series of giggles as, smiling, she wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. That was quite the amusing diversion, but I've just had an idea.
You look at the princess curiously. What idea?
You can't tell?
You cannot even begin to guess.
I just thought all this watching might be boring you, the princess says, tossing the rose strip stem carelessly to the ground. You should give it a try. Please do. It'll be fun.
The princess retrieves a second red rose from the bushes, deftly snapping it between her fingers, and offers it to you.
I want to see what fate has in store for you, too.
Uh-oh. You smile at the princess, touched by her enthusiasm. Indulging in childish games like this might not be the best use of your time, but the princess looks so very determined you would not wish to hurt her. What could be the harm, really, in consenting? The only real casualty of this game will be one singular rose, the rose that the princess is holding towards you. You reach out, meaning to accept the princess's offering, but...
Oh no!
You are clumsy, and you seize the stem of the rose with a touch too much strength. The head of the rose might be pretty, but there is more to a rose than its bright red flowers. Roses have thorns too, a fact you are now painfully reminded of. Pain flares through your fingers, and you gasp. You take a step back, and the hem of your skirts switching around your ankles. Your finger is stinging, and so are your eyes. Suck it clean, ayo. Ayo! There is a vampire in this game. We may, have stumbled upon her, and not a ghost. You ought to have been more careful. Why were you so stupid? The narrator is so mean.
You poor darling, you're bleeding,
the princess exclaims, alarmed. Then she frowns.
This is all my fault. If I had not suggested this silly game, this never would have happened. Please, let me take care of you.
And how is she going to do that? What is this head voice, bro? I know, the narrator is so mean. I don't know if that's supposed to be like our inner monologue or if it's like a omniscient being type thing. Perhaps she meant to take take a handkerchief from her pocket, which she might staunch your wound. Princesses tend to carry handkerchiefs around with them, don't they? Silken ones? How else would they give brave knights tokens of their gratitude, once those aforementioned knights have successfully slain dragons? Princesses can hardly dispense kisses as favors. It is simply not done, vamp girl. This might be a vamp. That would make all the, teeth mark motifs on her outfit. That would make sense, actually. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Princesses, that is what you thought, but...
Please, hold still. This might sting a little.
The princess is anything but ordinary.
rather than take a handkerchief out of her pocket. She instead encloses her white, slender fingers around your hand. Carefully, as though she is handling a precious object, she raises your hand, her eyes fixated, all the while, on the beads of startling crimson which are oozing luridly from your wound. She licks her lower lip.
We found the vampire!
Then she dips her head.
Oh! Oh my god, wait, we're so cute!
She parts her mouth, and with a soft sigh which borders on the sensuous, she slips your injured digit between her teeth.
So much for a princess not dispensing kisses as tokens for appreciation.
This might not be a conventional kiss, but feels intimate regardless. Almost startlingly so. The princess's lips, which are as red as any rose, are enclosed around your index finger. You can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth about your skin, and the wetness of it. These sensations make your whole body quake.
wait a second! Whoa there! Nova called it! Nova called it! You did not expect this. I didn't expect this either.
Tremulously, in a voice which wavers, you ask the princess what it is she's doing.
Oh?
The princess glances up at you, her mouth still enclosed around your finger. Didn't I tell you? I'm trying to stop the bleeding.
Yes, you gathered as much, but...
Is there a problem? I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I?
It is not, you say, that she is making you uncomfortable, per se, but this is rather awkward. You did not expect it. That is all.
And she is not worried that this is unhygienic? Unhygienic? The princess blinks. She is the very picture of innocence, which is funny, really, given your finger is still nestled against her tongue. I don't know what you mean by that, exactly. But I've heard this is the best way to take care of cuts. My nursemaids used to do this for me when I was a child. It's what you're supposed to do.
Hopefully we don't have a blood disease. Hopefully not. Yes, Nova did call it before you did. Not the vampire part, but the licking the blood clean. But I mean, I fear that's related.
And you ask, your voice catching in your throat, did her nursemaid keep staunching her wounds with her mouth as she grew older? Well, no. But my nursemaid was dismissed when I was 8 years old. That's the normal way of things. I had my lady's maids to look after me then.
How very interesting. And did they ever clean her wounds like this?
No, the princess is smiling mischievously. Because I'm not clumsy enough to cut myself silly.
Now that was quite the sharp retort.
You did not expect it. Your face turns even redder, if such a thing is possible, though this might perhaps be to your benefit.
With some luck, all of your blood will flow to your face rather than to your finger, and the bleeding will stop. Has it stopped?
Your injury was not a deep one. There should be no need for the princess to keep on suffering, but she still is. You're not accustomed to the intimacy of this nature. It is making your heart flutter. If the princess knew what her mouth was doing to you, you're sure she would not be very familiar.
That makes it sound like so much more than it actually is. Oh boy.
You feel quietly, crushingly confident that she would scorn you for your feelings, and deem them unnatural. It would not be the first time. At this point, you should be used to rejection. It still stings, though. It stings much, much more than any thorn or any rose ever could.
Okay, but the oral fixation. Sometimes... there's no way I can, like, be like, yeah, you know, me too, without that sounding bad. Anyway.
The days pass, following your misadventures in the rose garden, in a relaxed, unhurried sort of manner.
Yes, I Oh man, I was waiting for it. Your mad dash through the forest is beginning to feel like a distant memory, so much so, you can scarcely recall the raw, naked fear you felt as you fled for your life. There is no running to be had while you are working for the princess. You would have nowhere else to run, and in any event, there is no longer any reason to run. The shadows which once tormented you have, at long last, begun to recede. You can scarcely recall, as you lay down in your bed, the petty cruelties you were subjected to by your classmates at the conservatoire. They no longer matter. Your attention is focused not upon yourself, but upon the princess. The more time you spend with her, the more you come to care for her. Yet you have become quite besotted with her, but you are yet to realize it. Oh, so we're dumb too. We're a dumb lesbian. Well, I never! How very ignorant can one girl be of her own feelings? Okay, listen, sometimes it be like that. Okay, narrator, sometimes you don't know until it kind of like just smacks you in the face and you're like, oh my god. Or is that just a me thing? The princess is not half so ignorant as you are, though, despite having spent her whole life within the palace's walls. The weight of her own feelings are not unknown to her, and during one stormy night, she makes them known to you. Confession? Confession? You're in the princess's chambers later, perhaps, than you ought to be. Later than is strictly appropriate. I don't think putting our finger in her mouth was very appropriate either, but here we are. It is dark outside, and there's little save the light of the moon to alleviate it. That, and the fire which crackles in the grate. Sometimes the mood doesn't become so obvious until it slaps you. Yeah, really. In her chambers too. I know. You have only just finished stoking that very fire, and now you rise. You look to the princess, who is lying in her bed, and you bid her a good night, as you have many nights past. With a neat curtsy, you turn to leave, but the princess's plaintive voice gives you a pause. Wait, dear one, do not go. Not just yet. Perplexed, you pause, then look back at the princess. Though she is smiling, her expression is unusually wan. She's got sharp little teefies. I tried to say teefies and fangs at the same time. Is she alright? Oh, I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just nights like this, you know, which make me feel a little out of sorts. And what, you ask? Does she mean by that? Only that it is very cold and very dark. And it's very windy besides. I'm afraid there'll be a storm later. Is she... Her outfit has a lot of teeth-looking motifs too. Yeah, even like the lacings here and here. I believe this is our vampire. And, teehee. It was awfully cloudy earlier when we went out for our walk. The princess is not mistaken about that. The sky, when the pair of you promenaded about the gardens earlier, was grey and steely, the wind bitingly cold. You can hear the wind rattling mournfully against the panes in the princess's bedchamber. The princess's castle is built of stone, and it is well fortified, but even with the fire, it is rather cold. You do not like to think of how much chillier, by comparison, it will be in your humble bedchamber, which is not fortunate enough to have its own fireplace. It might sound childish, but I've always found it hard to sleep on stormy nights like this. They make me feel uncomfortable. You look at the princess with no small degree of sympathy. No longer clad in her bright red dress, she looks oddly, uncommonly vulnerable. Will she really be alright? All alone in her oversized bed, in her high-ceiling bedchamber. Guys, are we gonna spend the night with the princess? Holy shit! You know it is silly of you to contemplate such a query. Why would she not be alright? There's nobody in the castle to hurt her. But still, you fret for her. As her lady's maid, it is your job to fret for her.
Everyone enjoys it here. Please follow the stream.
Asphodel, please, the ambiance. You would never want your mistress to feel unhappy. You ask the princess what it is she would have you do, and the princess perks up at this. Please, perhaps, that you are taking the initiative. Oh boy.
I wouldn't like to take up too much of your time when it is so very late. But would you mind sitting with me a little while longer and reading to me? Provided that you can, of course.
That is a fair enough question, but your pride bristles regardless. Hastily, you reassure the princess that, yes, of course, you could read. You were a poor student in many aspects at the conservatoire, but you had something of a gift when it came to literary arts. Vian reading stream, yippee! I mean, that's basically what this stream has been, no? Just me reading to you guys. Reading books is all you have ever been good at, been any good at. Me too, actually. Whether it's books or comics, I fear that's one thing, my one talent is reading. What I choose to read nowadays, that's beside the point.
Oh, I see. I suppose I should have known. You're so incredible. I sometimes wonder if there's anything you can't do.
Vian boy failure nerd confirmed. Vian, no! Wait! Okay, you're the one. No, but you've been sending me BL Rex. That was a lie, Vian. What was me being a boy failure nerd? I fear Oh man. The princess is just take a sip of water. You're saying no to BL, LMAO. I didn't say no, it was just like, oh no, it was called that. I'm not a liar. I didn't mean no that way. Like, it's like, oh no, I've been caught. Even though my starting tweet for this was about toxic yelling. Oh man. Teehee. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. The princess's high praise makes you flush. Awkwardly, you look away. I saw away. We know what you are. What am I? Boy failure BL reading nerd. Cries. Being able to read, you assure her, is not such a great feat.
Perhaps it isn't where you hail from, but it is here. Very few of my old servants could read, and they certainly couldn't read the books that I like.
She's gonna make her read her Yuri. She's gonna make her read us Yuri. Cutie Grave Bunny LMAO, but that's a bit lengthy. Grave Bunny is so cute. I'm gonna steal that. This piques your interest. Intrigued, you ask the princess what books exactly she likes.
Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm fond of fairy tales, you see. Old ones from centuries past. I have a collection of them here.
The princess says, indicating a book on her bedside table. As thick as a mortuary slab. A mortuary slab? That is pretty freaking thick.
The book is old though, and the bindings are weak. The page is brittle. The writing woefully old-fashioned. I didn't trust any of my past servants with that book. But I think you would do a good job breathing life into these old stories. Would you mind reading to me for just a brief while? Please, dear one. Oh, please.
The princess' request seems a simple one, expressed so sweetly. So much so, you see no reason to refute her. You take a seat beside the princess, upon her luxurious bed, which sinks beneath your weight. Then you retrieve the leather-bound book, which is resting upon the bedside table, and spread it open. Spread it open? No. I was gonna sing that fucking song. I'm not gonna know. The pages of the book are very brittle, and like the princess said, and the bindings of the book are loose. You can feel, in the heft of the book's manifold page, the weight of the ages concealed within it. How old is this book? Vian Elevate. I'm sorry. For a while on TikTok, I kept seeing audios with that. Like, they would get, like, the espresso martinis, and they'd, like, flick the coffee bean in it. Yeah. Blame the internet. It's not me, it's the internet. Perhaps it is old as the castle in which it resides. It is with a quiet voice, hesitant at first, you begin to read the print to the maybe I'm not a good narrator. That you begin to read to the princess a tale of courtly love which culminates in a lavish wedding ceremony. All the while, as you read, the princess listens to you, enraptured, hanging, or so it seems, upon your every word. Like the beat emoji. You've got it. I've got it. I've got this. Trust. Once you read the final phrase embossed upon the passage of this tome, and they lived happily ever after, the princess sighs as though this tale has touched her very soul. Would that there was a handsome prince to marry me, she said somberly. Or better yet, a beautiful princess. At this point, I think I would even settle for a lowly scullery maid. A maid, you say? Sorry. You blush at this idle remark and mumble softly that this would not be proper. Okay, but that's what makes the maid and the servant and royalty trope so good. That this isn't proper. I eat that shit up. The storm outside is still squalling, and you've never been one to raise your voice. You do not expect, therefore, that the princess will overhear you, but she does. She observes you, her head resting against her pillows, and says, "And what would be the problem with that? As my maid, shouldn't my happiness come before any silly ideas of propriety?" Forbidden secret romance. Yes, yes, you get it. Absolutely. Well, of course you reply, but for a princess to marry a scullery maid... You're still hung up about that? The princess titters. Don't pay too much heed. I'm just talking to myself. As if anything like that would ever happen, when there's no priest around who would officiate it. You think there are greater issues with the princess's plan than the lack of a priest, though she does present a good point. The castle is an empty one. Even if the princess were to find somebody that she loves, there would be nobody to make such a wedding official. You could not help but feel you have avoided a good deal of nuisance. But by the same token, do you not feel a touch disappointed? Well, never mind. That was a nice story, the princess says. But I'm not sleepy yet, and it's still storming outside. Won't you read me one more? You would not mind, you reply, but it is getting late. You really ought to return to your own bedchamber. I know, but can't you find it in your heart to read one more story to me? Just one? You can choose a short one. I won't complain. You have some doubts about that, but as before, you cannot resist the princess's demands. It is not, you think, because she is a princess, that is, though that is, of course, a part of it, but because she is, well, radiant. You would not, you think, as you turn to the next story recounted in this aged compendium, want to upset her. You would rather cut off your own tongue. Wow, we devoted maid we are.
You read another story to the princess, which is of a similar vein to the last. Impossible adventures culminating, at their close, in a happy marriage. This tale delights the princess just as much as the tale you read prior, and she begs for another, then another. One bedroom story becomes 5, and even then, when the candle which flicker on the princess's bedside are close to guttering out, the princess is not satisfied. Like a grasping, greedy child, she's never heard of moderation. When she wants something, she seeks to glut herself with it, her only request that of more. If she were less comely, perhaps her inability to adhere to the word no would be seen as a character defect. The princess was very comely, however, and so, when she makes the next request, you agree offhand, without considering the ramifications.
Are we... Oh, wait, I need to drink some water. OMG, OMG, indeed.
I think I could go to sleep now, but the storm is still raging. I feel lonely on my own in this big, empty bed, so... I know.
The princess lights up like a light... The princess's eyes light up like the night sky in a thunderstorm.
Why don't you sleep with me?
It's happening. Guys, it's happening.
You stare at the princess, your eyes white as goose eggs. Slowly, you blink. Then, just as slowly, you bid her to repeat herself. Didn't you hear me? Maybe you've been so busy cleaning up after me, you've neglected to clean up your own ears.
Hey, don't talk about my ears like that. I take very good care of them.
I said, dear one, would you like to sleep with me?
If that is the question she truly means to ask, then it isn't easy enough to answer. Of course you would like to sleep with her. It would be an honor. But would it really be alright for you to accept such an invitation? It must be a gross breach of protocol, surely, for a lowly domestic such as yourself to share a bed with a princess. You sit upon the princess's bedside, fretting, while she observes with wide, beseeching eyes. She is waiting.
Well, what's the matter, dear one? Why do you tarry so? Could it be...
The princess's lower lips begins to tremble.
Don't you want to lie with me after all?
The sorrow present in the princess's voice and in her face makes you feel awfully guilty. Hurriedly, you console her. You tell her, in no uncertain terms, that if she truly wishes to partake in your company, then you have no qualms with it. Why would you?
Well then, don't just stand there dilly-dallying, silly. Come and join me. Come.
And that is what you do, after returning briefly to your own chamber to change into your nightgown. Once dressed, you waste no time in returning to your impetuous princess's side. She's already lying in her glorious four-poster bed, awaiting your return as though you are a knight-errant gone away to slay some wicked dragon. The princess giggles when she sees you. In your haste to change, you have made a hash of the buttons, and she bids you to come closer. Is she gonna fix our buttons? She's gonna fix our buttons. Oh my god. She seems very pale, almost like a vampire. I fear she may be. I think we may be, making ourselves a very easy target here.
Tee? Let me fix that for you, silly.
Oh no, you say. I couldn't possibly let you do that.
I am but a servant, after all. Should it not be your job to dress her? Maybe so, the princess says. But I don't mind a bit of role reverser. It makes things more fun.
You try a few more refutations, but in vain. The princess summarily discards all of them. Quite at the princess's mercy, she might be even more stubborn than you are. You capitulate to her demands. Oh, indeed! You let the princess unbutton the front of your nightgown, then rebutton them, so the fabric of your plain gown is drawn shut. Satisfied with her handiwork, she has very elegant hands. The princess draws back and pats the mattress beside her, Why did we need to note the elegant hands? Hmm.
Now, come in. It must be horribly cold out there, but these sheets are warm.
Coyly, the princess smiles.
And so am I.
Oh? Oh? Because we're fixated and down bad for her already. Yeah, we're so cooked. We are cooked. So cooked. Like slow roasted at this point. You feel warm yourself as you slide into bed beside the princess. Your face is as red as the gown the princess so often wears, as red as the roses in the castle's grounds. All the while, your heart is fluttering. Does the princess... Oh, there's that heartbeat again. Does the princess know what an effect she is having on you? I fear she does. Surely she must. How could any woman be so blind? There, the princess exclaims once your body is lying beside her.
That is much better. Do you feel cozy now, dear one?
You swallow, and with a shaky voice, you reassure her. Yes, you are cozy. You're quite cozy indeed.
Very good. The storm might be raging outdoors, but it can't get us here. I know, when I'm with you, I'll be safe. It's strange, but... The princess reaches out, then takes your hands in hers, twinning your fingers together like a chain. When I'm with you, I feel so very light, as though nothing in the world can hurt me. You make me feel safe, so I want to make you feel safe too. I'll take very, very good care of you. I promise. You return her smile with one of your own, touched by her thoughtfulness, though something about her promise does make you wonder. Should it not be your job to look after her as a domestic? No, like that was so cute! In a way, the princess replies after a pause, but you've been taking very good care of me already. Now, I need to return the favor. As a princess, I'm supposed to look after my vassals. It's all part of the job description.
You are unaware that being a princess came with a job description. You thought the profession came with far fewer written responsibilities and far fewer forms to sign than, say, becoming a doctor or an astrophysicist or a mathematics professor. You tell the princess this, sleepily, and she laughs.
You do say some funny things, dear one. I think you must be tired. Rest your head. You've been working so hard. I think you deserve it.
Yes, you think, only half conscious. You think you deserve it too. You have been working hard for a long time. I've been running even longer, but now, at long last, you feel like you can let your fears go. Your eyelids begin to droop. Your body anemone by a sudden, all-consuming fatigue. And in a quiet, understated sort of way, your consciousness is conveyed to Morpheus's kingdom. Your sleep is a deep one, despite the storm, which rages outside. The wind is howling like a couple of wild cats, both locked in a vicious and bloodthirsty bout to the death. But you do not hear it. Swaddled by the warm blankets around you, and soothed by the princess's presence, you are immune from all ills of the world. When you are with the princess, you feel safe, secure, and, yes, you even feel loved. That's so cute! It is a pity, then, that these feelings do not last for very long. What? Huh? What? Wait. Oh, boy. You know that something is wrong. Catastrophically so. The moment you open your eyes. Welp! Your thoughts are hopelessly jumbled, but you are certain that, when you fell asleep, you were in a bed. A nice warm bed, no less, beneath soft, comfortable sheets. Hee. Thank you for the head pats. You're not lying in bed right now, though. You're not, in fact, lying at all. Oh? Oh! Well, is it at least we have company?
You're standing inside.
Sorry, I'm... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. I think this may have been worse than we initially thought was gonna happen. The apron on the skeleton. I know. Oh, we really are cooked, battered, and deep fried. I fucking fear. Oh man. You are standing, instead, against a cold, hard wall made of stone. The curve of your back is pressed against the wall so intimately you can feel its icy chill seeping through the fabric of your nightgown. Your feet, which are bare, are similarly pressed against cold, unfeeling stone. They feel so frigid you cannot help but tremble. You are trembling so much, you can feel your teeth chattering together. They sound like castanets. The sound is almost jaunty as it echoes through your cell. For that is indeed where you are. The princess's bedchamber, wherein you fell asleep, is a thing, now, of the past. You are standing instead, you realize, with a sharp start, in the cell of some great underground dungeon. You swallow, and when you do, you can chase something bitter on your tongue. Your stomach is beginning to churn with anxiety. You feel like you're going to be sick, a feeling which wells up inside you to a staggering degree when you catch notice of the stench. You are not, you realize, the only one in the dungeon. There are others here, others attired in simple black and white outfits of servants, which look much like the dress that you once wore. The others who are with you, however, in this expansive cell, manacled to the walls, are in no fit state to speak with you, nor tell you of their plights. They are all unfeeling, unseeing, unbreathing. They are all dead. Oh, that music change. Oh. Oh. God, I wish that was me. Hello? You dead? Con! No! You cannot approach these servants to check their pulses, for you yourself are restrained, but even if you could, there would be no point. There is no way any human could survive the wounds which have been inflicted upon these sad, slumped bodies. Over there, you see a woman slept, the front of her once white apron stained with blackish blood. Okay, but those handcuffs are... The handcuffs are what, Nova? Care to share with the class? There's another woman slumped beside the first of a smaller stature. She is skinnier. Maybe she is not a woman after all, but an adolescent like yourself. She might even be younger. The girl's age, or lack of, do not preclude her attacker from inflicting upon her horrors, alas. For her body is even more mutilated than the first. Those handcuffs are very pretty. The handcuffs are very pretty? Her body is peppered with even more wheals, and her face has been half smashed in. Only one eye remains. Only one eye remains. Staring fixedly at the wall opposite her, and the ruined remains of what was once her skull. Over there, you see a woman who is missing both her arms and her lower jaw. Over there, you see another who is missing her entire lower half. I'm... I don't think I've ever, considered handcuffs pretty. I mean, Risley from Genshin Impact has a pretty nice pair, but... Oh. Drop dead gorgeous, I would say. Drop dead gorgeous. Nova. Nova. Where have her legs gone? You have no idea. I know, right? I'm so upset. I forgot to log in to get his birthday letter. I want to see if I can find it on the internet somewhere. My husband. The injuries inflicted upon these bodies are ghastly. but their advanced decay is enough to churn your stomach. Am I wrong? I'm not. You're not. You know not how long these carcasses have been lying down here, but they have begun to putrefy. You fear a similar fate might befall you should you stay here. You need to escape. Fitfully, you struggle against the manacles which bind you, but alas, it is no use. You cannot free yourself from the balls. Your restraints are much too strong, and you are much too weak. Panic rises up in your throat, cold and icy, while terror seizes your heart, this, too, glacial. It is obvious that escape is impossible, but you still squirm and writhe, like a rat caught in a firestorm. There is little point, however, to your struggles. You succeed in nothing, but as you attempt to free yourself... You succeed in nothing as you attempt to free yourself, save making the steel manacles dig into your abused wrists more sharply than ever. You gasp. That hurts. Well, you ought to have known that would not work. The very definition of insanity is, performing a set action over and over again, hoping for a different response. In that sense, perhaps one could argue optimism is not very different from insanity. Now, that is an interesting point to consider. Would you not agree? No, evidently not. You are still trying to escape, you foolish girl, as if that will do you any good. The clamorous rattling of your steelier strengths is rather starting to get on my nerves. You're making enough noise to raise the dead down there in your dark, dingy cell, and now your screaming is hardly helping matters. I wish that you would cease this infernal racket, but I know you will not. Nothing I say could ever get through to you. Not that you have ever listened to me in the first place. Perhaps you would listen to her, though. Is she not your kind, considerate mistress? Look now, she has come all this way into the dark depths of the castle's cold, unhospitable dungeon to see you. Is that not kind of her? Oh, dear one, the princess trills, entering the dungeon with a series of light lilting steps. It seems you have finally awoken. How are you? Based on all that infernal racket you've been making, it seems you have no shortage of energy. Balefully, you turn your head so as to meet the eyes of the princess. She is standing but a few paces away, beneath the roughly hewn stone arch I can read, which bids one entry, but rarely ever an exit, to the dungeons. The dungeons are dull and drab, but the princess is wearing her favorite red dress. It is so bright and brilliant that, for a few moments, it hurts you to look at her. Once the red of the princess's outfit made you think of romance. Now, it makes you think of violence. You must forgive me for leaving you down here for so long. That was unfair of me. I did think of waiting here with you, by your side, until you awoke, but... Once again, the princess giggles, a light, airy giggle which does not at all suit the situation in which you have found yourself. This dungeon is not a fit place, after all, for a princess. It is so coldly cold down here, and very drab, and there is nowhere nice and soft to lay my head. I could have brought my pillows down from my bed, I suppose, and my blankets. But then they would have gotten dirty, and that would be a disaster. I need to be more careful. I won't have anybody left to clean up after my messes soon. Not when I've dispatched of you. Pando, now is not the time!
Once again, the princess laughs. Her laughter is light and lilting, like the chiming of a silvery bell, but it does little to alleviate your concern. If anything, it makes you feel even more alarmed. Did she say she meant to dispatch of you? Yes, that's right. Could you not tell? I thought you might have figured that out already after waking up in a dungeon, silly. Still smiling, the princess takes another step towards you. You would cringe away from her, but you cannot. You are completely powerless. The princess reaches out and places a hand upon your cheek. Her skin is very white, and though her touch is cool, it is less so than the frigid air in the dungeon. Though your body is aching, the princess's touch is gentle, and you find yourself leaning into it subconsciously. You wish she would keep holding you. You wish she would keep touching you. You luxuriate in her kindness as best you can, but though the princess's caresses are tender, your circumstances rather undermine them. How can you relax like this? You're such a good girl, the princess said, in a cajoling sort of voice, as one might address a cat. You've been so lovely to me while we've been together. I really couldn't ask for a better servant. I feel as though I've been spoiled. Why, then you ask her, is she doing this? Improbable though as it sounds, she must be the one who chained you up. There's nobody else in the castle who could have committed such a feat. Everybody else is dead. Why, yes. How very astute of you. I was the one who orchestrated all of this, naturally. Naturally, she says, as though her betrayal is a matter of course. Naturally. Why, you ask, is this so natural to her? What does she mean to do with you? Oh, only what I've done to all of my other servants. I have experience with this sort of thing, so please don't worry. I'll take good care of you. And by take good care of, she means... Naturally, I'll kill you. There it is again. That word, which seems grossly inappropriate given all that has transpired. Naturally. There's nothing natural about this. Do you not think so? The princess examines you, her expression ponderous. It's natural to me, even if it isn't natural to other people. This just feels right. Imprisoning her servants in the dungeon and letting them die? Yes, exactly. There's a bit more to it than that, though. Oh, of course there is. I like you, dear one. The princess says in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious. You have been good to me, like I said, and kind. For that, I will be eternally appreciative. You have been so good to me, in fact, that simply being with you is not enough. Not anymore. Your company can no longer content me. I'm a greedy, selfish girl, you see. The princess smiles wide and says something sinister, her eyes flashing with fiendish fervor you have never before witnessed. And I don't want to feel you beside me. I want to feel you inside me. Well, of all the things your charming captain could have said, you did not expect that. And the princess, perhaps noticing your confusion, begins to giggle. A giggle even lighter than meringue, and just as airy. It's just as inoffensive. I can see that you don't understand, dear one. But you aren't the only one. My last lady's maid said that too. Vainly, the princess sighs. A beleaguered woe-is-me sigh, which makes her look even younger than the scant handful of years she truly possesses. And the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. I thought that you, at least, might be appreciated. I thought that you, at least, might be able to appreciate my point of view. But perhaps not. I don't think it should be too complicated to grasp, really. But maybe my way of looking at the world is a little bit unique. That's what my nurse always used to say. At least, when she still had the breath to speak, of course. You look at the princess. Where else is there for you to look, really? Your eyes affixed to her face. She is still smiling, but there is something sinister about her smile. Or perhaps, in your anxious state, you are only imagining that there's something more sinister about her smile. It is easy to see things which do not really exist when your surroundings are festooned in shadows. How's everybody doing? 'Cause I fear I know the direction this is gonna take. In actuality, however, the princess does not look any different to how she usually does. Neither is she acting any differently to the way she usually acts. She has not changed. It is only your perspective of her that has changed. Tremulously, you ask the princess what she means. A question the princess is only too happy to answer. It's simple, really, like I said. You were wondering, weren't you, why there weren't any guards or any servants in the castle when you first arrived here? The question had crossed your mind, yes. You're sure that the princess said her minister sent them away, though. Was that a lie? I wasn't being wholly truthful, no. I thought you would be afraid of me if you knew what had actually happened. And I didn't want that. I wanted you to stay with me. My ministers didn't send anybody away because I don't have any ministers. I dispatched of them, too. Did she now? You suppose you ought not to be surprised, but you still shudder regardless. My ministers weren't very much fun, I'm afraid. They had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do after my parents died. The princess stares at you, her eyed eyes like black holes, empty, yawning abysses. So, I killed them. I killed my servants too, though I did a more thorough job with them than I did my ministers. I did not care for my ministers, you see. They were all fusty old men, but I did love my servants. I loved my ladies' maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and my large retinue of retainers. They were like my family. They raised me in my parents' absence, and I adored them. They were so very dear to me that I had no real choice. I had to eat them. Does that follow? Not logically, no. As I stated previously in this stream, if cannibalism is something that you're, not really down with, please, by all means. Though, it is stated in the Steam page that nothing is explicitly shown. There's no graphic depictions or anything, just discussions of. Please take your comfort and your peace of mind, and take it as the utmost priority here. Not logically, no. Why, you ask the princess, your voice trembling, would you eat the people that you love? It seems a poor way to repay them for their kindness. Well, why wouldn't you eat the people you love? I don't think there could be any greater way of showcasing one's attitude. Unless you have any better ideas. You weren't expecting the princess to turn the tables on you quite like this, and, dumbfounded, you stare at her. You know precious little about love yourself, so it is hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal, but you must muster up a few tokens of arguments. You tell the princess that eating people isn't very nice, and neither is it strictly legal. A better way to show your gratitude to your servants would be increase wages or increase holidays. The princess listens to your arguments, her expression astute, like a student poised to take notes in a very important lecture. When she were finished, however, her concentration fails her. Her shoulders begin to shake, but it is not with remorse for what she has done. Instead, she is laughing. Oh, dear one, that's very funny. But why should I care about the law? I'm a princess. One day I'll be the queen. I am the law. That is a good point, but would eating people not turn her subjects against her? What subjects? I'm no fool, you know, no matter how I might act. And I know what happens beyond the castle's walls. I know all about the plague. Once I might have had a populace to govern, but they're all gone now. I'm a princess in nothing but name only. A monarch without any subjects. Don't you think that's sad? I know I do. It's woefully lonely. If she feels lonely, then why has she been systematically slaughtering all of her domestics? It doesn't make a lick of sense. Perhaps not. To you. Gently, the princess caresses your cheek. But I shouldn't judge you too harshly. As much as I like you, dear one, you are a commoner. Perhaps you can't understand the intricacies of my thoughts.
Privately, you doubt anybody would be able to understand the intricacies of the princess's thought process, largely because it is unreasonable. You do not say that, though. Instead, you only ask her the question you can ask to think, with your weary voice, which is sore from shouting. Why?
Why, you ask?
The princess blinks.
It's because I don't want you to leave me, of course. Everybody leaves sooner or later, whether they have pledged their allegiance to me or not. That is simply the way of the world. People are fickle and inconstant, even to me, a monarch. That is why I decided to eat my servants. I had no choice, you see. It was the only way to ensure that they would never leave me. When you think about it, they should be grateful that I would demean myself so, to consume their flesh and blood. I am a magnanimous ruler, you see, and I treat all of my subjects equally. I love every single one of you. And naturally, I love you too. You have been awfully nice to me, and you are very pretty alongside it. If you were a plain ugly girl, perhaps I would not shower you with affection quite as intense as this. But you've captured my heart. I think you're lovely. So, I'll bestow upon you the honest ire I can conceive of. I want your body to mix with mine. Then we can stay together forever and ever. The princess leaves in. You can feel her soft, silken hair brushing against your cheeks. You can feel, too, the warmth of her breath as it goes against your skin. It is cold in the dungeon, but the princess's close proximity is, perverse as this might sound, something of a comfort. Her eyes are wide, and her lips... Her eyes are wide, and her lips are so red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet. I've been doing my best to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me, but really, the princess exhales. Her eyes, which are boring into yours, are like two dark tarns. Finally, you can see, in the alarming lack of light, the lack of anything, and the princess's gaze, some degree of humanity. It gets so lonely here. With this brief flicker of understanding, which passes between the pair of you, is soon cut short. The princess dips her head. She parts her lips, which are as red as the petals of a carnivorous flower. You feel the princess's breath against your neck. It is warm in the icy chill of the dungeon, and you shudder from it. For a few moments, you think that this overture of the princess could be romantic, in a way, but this, too, comes to a swift, merciless close. The princess's mouth is on your neck. The princess's teeth, sharp as noodles, are in your flesh. The princess is draining your blood. She is supping on it in great, greedy gobbets, like a hungry animal, one who cannot truly comprehend the harm it is causing. Even as the princess sups from you, her arm twined around your waist, you find you cannot hate her. She is far too unworldly. You are sure, as your consciousness begins to fade, that the princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for her past servants. This is simply the way the princess expresses this great love of hers, a love which is so very abundant it borders upon the monstrous. It is a love you never thought you would ever experience. This love of the princess eclipses anything you have ever known before. It eclipses sanity. It eclipses reason. It eclipses all notions you might once have had of right or wrong. The princess, as you know full well, does not care about such concepts. You have always possessed a stubborn core, nestled beneath your weak-willed exterior. The princess is even stubborner than you are. In the face of her love, you have met your match. The princess draws back. Desperately, you gasp for air, but she does not give you any quarter. As before, she dips her head, her lips redder still with your blood, then splits apart her jaw. Her teeth, which are impossibly, inhumanly sharp, glint
Sorry, I got freaked out. Her knives. Jeez. Her teeth, which are impossibly, inhumanly sharp, lit wickedly, like knives. Oh! Then she tears out your throat. The front of your nightgown was white once. Now it is red. There is so much blood, you can smell it when you inhale. Sharper than metal. It is so potent you can taste it on your tongue. You try to inhale, but this task proves to be beyond you. What with the tin perforations that have ruptured your skin? You attempt to breathe. When they escape your lips, sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels as though it's on fire. You make for quite the sorry sight indeed, but you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know? You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace? Or will you try to fight against it? Oh shit. I should have saved! I should have saved! Guys, what do we do? I fear we're cooked. But, I don't feel we should just sit and let her consume us? Question mark? Let's... What was that one quote from Princess Tutu? Those who accept their fate find peace. Those that fight against their fate find glory. I don't know how much glory we'll find here in this dungeon, but... That is a good answer. I must admit, I like it. It is impressive how defiant you can be, even in a situation as discomforting as this. Now, try not to cry. Keep your chin up. This is but a minor setback in your story. Like all fair maidens, you are deserving of your own happy ending. You need only the strength to try and seek it out. Why don't we give this another go? Just try not to ensnare the hearts of any more monarchs, particularly those with unusual appetites. You are destined for far higher purposes than being an entree, and there are vastly more enjoyable ways to be eaten in this world. Pardon? What did they say? Your fate is once again in your hands. Now, I wonder, which path will you take? Oh shit. Okay, so I was correct in my assumption that the different routes are tied to the different love interests. If each one is about 2 hours, I don't know if... How are we feeling, everybody? Well, let me take off this no more maid dress. We're no longer a maid. That's not no. Oh my god. I'm so I'm kind of at a loss right now. I read the content warnings. I know. What are the other content warnings for the other paths? Hold on. I know there was mentions of bullying, which we've already saw with the MC talking about the past. Okay, drowning, being buried alive, and cannibalism. I can sort of guess which one goes with which. Fuck. How are we feeling, everybody? Are we okay? Do we want to continue, or do we want to try something a little bit more lighthearted to do before pausing? Because if each of these routes is about 2 to 3 hours, I don't know. I'm very curious about the other endings. I'm doing good. Good! I'm glad. I got cannibalized! Oh man. Oh man. Let's go to the village. Would we like to continue? Or would we like to try to find something to kind of do like a wind down? How's everybody feeling? Because I was getting a little sleepy, but that kind of startled me awake. I hope I'm doing a decent job as narrator to kind of go with the spooky atmosphere. I just noticed that the game screen is not fully... There's a little bit of my background in there that's annoying me. There we go. There we go. There we go. All better. I'm trying to... What other games do I have that aren't... Let's see. I think all the games I have are pretty long. I don't want to do Homicipher. It's Cult of the Lamb. Undertale, no. Do we want to continue and see what other lovely ways we're going to die? Or do we want to do a little cooldown with maybe Cults of the Lamb? Because I'm good to keep streaming. I'm enjoying myself, even if that freaked me out a little bit. It was very well done. I'm quite enjoying myself so far. But I don't know how everybody's feeling with, you know, cannibalism. I wonder if once... Because at the beginning it stated that there was 3 paths, 4 including the path which you came from originally, where you were running from. I wonder if you do all of the routes, if you can go back to the first path and see what we were running from. I am curious, because it did mention a she. I'm fine with either continuing or changing the game. Okay. Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought them back and all that. So let's see Maybe what the village has in store. So, you want to go to the village? Good idea. Let us see what further trials await you there. This night is far from over, and as much as you might wish it was. Oh wait, I can read. This night is far from over, as much as you might wish it was, and there is still much more to discover. I wonder what will happen next. You follow the path which leads to the village, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs which feel ready, at a moment's notice, to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a suitable residence in which to rest at the village. You do not know what will await you at the village, but you have visions, as you run, of a quaint, scenic settlement, all thatched cottages with sloping roofs. Surely there will be a kindly peasant who will be willing to put up a young runaway for a few nights. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly peasant from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. She will be broad-shouldered and ruddy-faced, with dull brown hair crammed beneath a cap. Her arms will be sturdy from many years of washing clothes and milking cows, but she will be kind to you and compassionate, just like a mother. You do not know what mothers are like. You hardly ever spoke to yours. You are only guessing. You're not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Peasants do not, as you know from your voracious reading, have much money, nor do they have much food. It might be hard to convince a resident of the village, even the kindly washerwoman of your fantasies, to take in a complete stranger. Still, you must try. That is all you can do, really. So, you run to the village. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods. But finally, you manage it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It is still cold, though, and still foggy. It is still dark, too. The sun is yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the village, nestled among the hills like a diorama. Hope anew bubbles within you. You have finally made it. Surely not but your salvation awaits you. You follow the winding dirt path to the village, looking this way and that. But your hope, such a precious, fragile thing, soon begins to fade. The village, up close, does not look half as welcoming as you imagined. There are cottages, yes, but they are in a state of disrepair. There are holes in the roof and holes in the windows. Most of the doors are tightly shut, but others are gaping open, the kitchens beyond them even darker than the night sky which surrounds you. There are no lights in any of the windows, and neither can you see any people, insomniacs like you, at them. You cannot hear anything either, beyond the sound of your own footsteps and the low, mournful sighing of the wind. The village is quiet. It's quite quiet, eerily so. It is immediately obvious, even to a naive girl such as yourself, that something terrible must have befallen this village. You know before you try your luck at one of the houses that nobody answers. You know before you try your luck at one of the houses that nobody will answer you. There will be no kindly, red-armed washerwoman to welcome you here, no matter how much you wish for it. But that does not stop you from wishing regardless. Your knuckles rap smartly against the wooden door, your efforts soon proven, however, to be in vain. There is nobody here to hear your entreaties. How very sad. You try another door, then another, but the result is the same regardless of how many doors you rap upon. Nobody answers you. How could they? There's nobody there. Once again, you found yourself all alone. At least you have found some dwellings in which you can rest your weary head. Will you utilize one of these cottages for your purposes? Nobody's here. You might as well. But no,
An abandoned cottage is not what you're looking for. You would far rather have companionship, would you not? Bravely, you swallow your tears. You wipe your eyes with the back of your arm in a well-practiced motion, then inhale. You square your shoulders, and you keep on going. Surely the village cannot be completely deserted. There must be one person here, at the very least, who can help you. That is what you're thinking as you resume your search. You flit from cottage to cottage. Sorry. You flit from cottage to cottage with precious little to show for your determination until you make yet another discovery. This village, where the squat thatched cottages bathe in the moon's glow, has a church. Well, of course it has a church. The villagers who once dwelt here were not godless heathens. Not that their faith did them all that much good in the end. Still, sight of the church soothes your overtaxed heart. You were so focused on your fantasies of a kindly washerwoman taking you in, you do not pause to entertain the fancy of a kindly nun doing much the same. All hope is not lost. You approach the church, which seems to tower over you despite it being so humble. The church is a small one, but it is stout and sturdy. It must be, for it has withstood centuries, forever standing, sentinel, on this hill, like a relic from a bygone era. The church does not have any stained glass windows, but it does not need them. Even without more luxurious trappings, the church still exudes an aura of dignified solemnity. The stone building is fringed by a sizable graveyard, one which occupies the rest of the hilltop at some of the sloping sides. A graveyard! I'll be right at home here. The graves, which have been planted by generations of wardens, are hewn from a similar stone that which the church's walls are made of. Some of the gravestones are shaped like lozenges, while others are shaped like crosses. A handful of headstones are even shaped like angels, though these are few and far between. There are very few people in a village such as this one who can afford such luxurious final resting places. You look at the tombstone with an almost childlike curiosity, forgetting, in your examination, of the visceral, heart-rending fear which gripped you as you ran through the forest. You are out of the woods now, and you have, subconsciously, already begun to relax. You try to read the names hewn into the myriad tombstones, but it is dark and you are tired, and some of these graves are very, very old indeed. You strain your eyes, but you do not have much luck in this endeavor. Oh well. Such superfluous details are not important. You eventually tire of examining the graves in turn. This graveyard is an expansive one. Unusually so, given the village itself is so small. How can it boast so many corpses? And there is much to explore. You walk about the perimeter of the church, casting your gaze first here, then there, then everywhere, consumed as you are by your immense, all-encompassing curiosity. And as you do, you see her. Oh, she's cute! She looks like an ordinary girl, small and scrawny, just like yourself, but she is much more than her unremarkable appearance might suggest. For some moments you observe her, hiding, all the while, in the shadow cast by the church, like a furtive lizard clinging against this rocky edifice to shroud itself from the sun. There is no sunlight here, though. There is only the night sky, and the stars, and the moon. Beneath the moon's light, a silvery implement the girl is clutching shimmers. It takes you a few moments to see what that girl's It takes you a few moments to see what it is that the girl is clutching in her hands. It is not until you see her manipulate it, its sharp edge biting into the earth, that you understand. It is a shovel. This girl is standing in an isolated corner of the churchyard, late at night, and she is digging a grave. Well, I suppose she could always be digging a hole for the sake of it, but her work seems much too precise for this to be the result of mere whimsy. It is hard for you to see her face, given the distance between the pair of you, but her posture is one that speaks of supreme concentration. She moves slowly, mechanically, like a woman on a mission, driving the end of her shoulder into the earth over and over. Her motions are regular enough to be repetitive. There is something hypnotic, almost, in the manner in which she attends to this task. Should you risk interrupting her? Do you dare? You get the feeling that she would not appreciate it. The shovel in her hands, meanwhile, is rather hefty. If she wished it, she could cause you no small amount of damage with it. Cold anxiety makes your skin prickle. You do not know if you should risk speaking to her when she, in her dark cloak with her shovel, looks so very strange. But what do you have left to lose? You have come this far. It would be folly to turn back now. It is with this in your mind that you decide to approach the strange girl. Your footsteps are quiet. You have grown accustomed to slinking around like a cat, but they are not quiet enough. The girl's senses must be finely tuned. Look as she blinks. Then she turns. Your eyes meet, and once they do, you feel your breath catch in your throat. You did not have a clear view of the girl before, concealed as you were in the shadow. But now she's looking at you. You can tell that she is pretty. Her skin is very smooth, and her hair, though obscured by a dark hood, is very fair. Her eyes, meanwhile, are a clear, cool blue, like ice. Those eyes of her, which are large with unease, are fringed with very long, fair lashes. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She is simply too perfect to belong to this world. Where have we heard this before? Perhaps she's some kind of vision? A waking dream? A hallucination? But no, she is none of those things. The shovel she is clutching in her hands looks solid enough, its pointed tip glittering wickedly in the moonlight. You steel yourself, expecting, perhaps, some sort of outburst. But the tension soon drains from the girl's slender shoulders. Her fingers, which were once gripping the handle of her shovel tightly, relax. Her lips curl upward at the edges. She is smiling. And what a smile it is. It is transformative. When she smiles, she looks radiant. Angelic, almost. Hers is a smile that is so suffused with light that your eyes begin to prickle from it. You are so relieved. You almost feel as if you could cry. It would not be the first time you have wept during this night, and neither would it be too surprising if you did. You've been through a lot. You must be exhausted. The girl holding the shovel seems to realize this, because she bridges the distance between you cautiously, as one might approach a skittish cat. Then she says, in a rough voice that does not match her dainty appearance, "Well, she does live in a rural village. What were you expecting?" "Oh, it's so good to see another person. I was afraid I was the only person left alive. The only one in the whole world." Now that is quite effusive greeting. Her introductory speech is riddled with exclamation marks. She is rather more personable than her appearance would make one suggest. You, a well-bred young lady, cannot help but feel overwhelmed. It is your turn now to be on your guard. Anxiously, you observe the girl with the shovel, and you ask her what she means. What happened? Oh? Do you not know? There's an awful lot you do not know. So much, in fact, it would fill a whole encyclopedia. No, a whole library. You shake your head, ashamed at your ignorance, and the girl frowns. You mustn't be from around these parts. I guess you should have known. The village is a small one, and everybody knows everybody else. The girl's expression falls. At least, they used to, back when there were still people to know. That ain't the case now, though. Not after the plague. The princess did talk about a plague that wiped out all of her subjects. There was a plague? That would certainly explain why the village, when you walked through it, was so quiet. Hiccups. Did everybody else succumb to this mysterious illness? That's right. It's just me here now. I've not seen another human in a long time. It gets so lonely here. Now, that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the girl takes a step towards you. Oh, but where are my manners? They must have gotten rusty after being on my own for so long. My apologies, miss. You look like you've come a long way. You said you were a traveler, yes? And your hands are very cold, just like ice. Would you like to come inside? Maybe have something warm to eat and to drink? My home's small, I'm afraid, and my food ain't nothing fancy, but I'd be more than willing to share. It's not every day another girl stops by, especially not one as pretty as yourself. I'm feeling very blessed. The girl laughs, a carefree, airy sort of laugh, which does not match your initial impression of her. You thought, when you saw her among the graves, that she would be more distant, somehow, and more mysterious. Perhaps you're mixing her up with somebody else. You're still unsure if you can trust this girl, but her invitation is an appealing one. It is much more appealing, certainly, than spending the night outdoors in the cold, keeping on the graves. What are you, a romantic poet? Please. You make a show of pondering the girl's invitation, at the very least. You don't want to appear too eager, but your acquiescence is, alas, an inevitability. Why'd she ever refuse her? She is the first friendly face you've seen all night. Without her, you would be all alone. Your hostess leads you to a small, humble home located but a stone's throw away from the church, built in the shadows of a twisted, towering sycamore. The girl's home is in such a state it seems a folly to even call it a home. Hovel would, to you, be a more appropriate descriptor. But when your hostess leads you inside, her eyes are alive and she says, "Here we are, home sweet home." You don't have a heart to tell her that you don't find her home very homey, or very sweet. That would be incredibly rude. As a guest, you ought to be more appreciative. Half-heartedly, you look around your newfound surroundings. The ceiling is supported by a wooden joist, and it's perilously low. Not so much as though you are in danger of bumping your head, but just enough to feel claustrophobic. There's a fire in the corner, though it's not consigned to a grate. The fire, instead, is blazing in the open, a circle of logs set alight, like a scene from a witch's kitchen. Above the fire hangs a silvery pot, suspended from one of the wooden eaves. Other objects of interest are hung from the eaves, iron implements you take to be curing utensils, various herbs, and strips of meat left to cure. The smell of cooking fills the air, mingled with the sharp, sour scent of unwashed bodies. How, you wonder, does your hostess clean herself? You do not see a bathtub anywhere. Perhaps she does not possess one. The girl's home is unremarkable in every regard, but it is, you suppose, better than nothing. It is better than nothing. Don't be rude. You're over here asking for shelter from this girl and you're like, Would you rather be in the forest still running for your life, ma'am? Sorry, I was taking a sip of water. My throat's just a little bit scratchy. But it's fine. At least there's a roof over your head, and food to put in your belly. Exactly. The girl looks at the pot suspended over the fire, and she gives a stir with the ladle. Then she brings the ladle to her lips to taste whatever concoction she has brewing within. You can only hope that she does not, like the weird sisters from the famous play, brewing a broth with fenny steak fillets. Yes, I think this is just about done, the girl says, to nobody in particular. She sets the ladle down back into the pot, then looks at you and smiles. Do you want something? It looks as though you've come quite a long way, and you must be hungry. Those words are like music to your ears, even more divine than the trumpets of God's most loyal angels. You are so hungry you could eat a horse. Not that there are any horses in the immediate vicinity. You express your interest to your hostess, who smiles in response. I thought you'd like the sound of that. Just give me a few moments. Your hostess retrieves two
earthenware bowls from a cupboard with rickety hinges, into which she pours 2 hefty helpings of whatever it is she's cooking. This she serves with bread, which is so hefty it could be used as a murder weapon. It's not much, I'm afraid. It's only soup and bread. It should take the edge off your appetite, though. You thank your hostess for her hospitality, your stomach rumbling all the while. The soup does not look like anything you would typically consume, but the soup's poor presentation does not dissuade you. It is true enough that people eat first with their eyes, but when one is hungry enough, one becomes obliging to eat enough to eat almost anything. Why else do you think that people, when stranded upon a desert island, will resort to cannibalism? They resort to cannibalism without being stranded on a desert island, I'm afraid. Oh, another sip, another big stretch. And we stretch. Also, oh, my shoulders popped. Aw, you guys taking care of me? Y'all are so sweet. Make sure if y'all have been sitting around a long time as well that you take a little stretch. Ooh, my neck popped. Everyone doing okay? You deserve it. Aww. Thank you, Nova. You're so sweet. Sorry, I'm stretching my neck a little bit. So it just looks like I'm okay. On we go. Humans are creatures of necessity. It was not necessary for the princess to fucking eat me in the last one, but you know what? That's fine. It's cool, I guess.
I'm hungry.
Pando. I'm sorry, Asphodel, but I don't think our hostess is gonna share with the ghost. You like to wrap yourself up in presentations, but in actuality, you are not much better than animals. You are so hungry, your stomach is achingly empty, that you certainly descend upon your food like an animal. Your feast, how could she not? I guess you're correct. I don't know, but now we'll be a part of her. Forever. Your teeth glint, your incisors gleam, and soon you have consumed all that your hostess has offered you. Your hostess watches you while you eat, and she giggles when she has finished. Did you enjoy that? Oh. Stop teasing. You're fine, Nova. You catch your hostess's gaze, suddenly abashed. You are so hungry you fail to account for her judgment. Now you have some food in your belly, though, and you have been suitably warmed, your old self-consciousness is returning. Did you not make a fool of yourself? You demur shyly, looking at your lap, fearful, all the while, of what your hostess might think of you. You do not want her to take against you. Fortunately for you, however, and your fragile ego, your hostess is not the judgmental sort. She is not like the girls you grew up with. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's nice to see my food being appreciated so heartily. I know I'm not the best, but I've been practicing for long enough. I used to cook for my father all the time, you see. This remark catches your attention. Quizzically, you look at your hostess, your abashment over your animalistic eating habits suspended. What happened to her father? Girl, if she mentioned a plague and how there's no more other people to speak, I seem we can put one and one together and come up with two, I fear. I think he's fucking dead. It seems a grim thing to contemplate after having eaten, but... Didn't your hostess mention something about a plague? Yes. Yes, she did. And did the princess. that took a chomp out of our neck.
Yes, your hostess says, her voice soft now and serious. That's right. There was a plague. And what of the villagers? What of her father? They're all gone now. Gone? Yes. You see... Your hostess rearranges herself upon her chair, one slender leg folded over the other. Then she begins her tale in earnest. My family has a history. We lived here for centuries, by the church, so as we can tend to the graveyard.
She's like me! She's a graveyard keeper.
Ah, so this abode is centuries old then.
It would certainly explain the dirt. Don't be fucking rude! What the hell?
My father used to prepare bodies for burial, back when he was alive. He built the coffins, and he dug the grave, and he lowered the coffins into the dirt. I know it might sound like an awful job, but somebody's gotta do it. There's no sense averting our eyes from death, not when it happens to the best of us.
I agree.
It's something unavoidable. In life there is in death, you would not be alive if you could not die. Well, I mean, I guess that leaves something to say to you, immortals. Do you build the coffins, Vian?
No.
My cemetery is... I don't want to say at max capacity, but when I moved in, the graves were already in place. The ghosties here very kindly let me stay in one of the empty crypts. It got converted into a little room for me, but I do tend to the grounds. I'll clean up their not their coffins, their tombstones if they need anything. I assist since they're kind of, you know, stuck. I'll hang out with them, just things of that nature. I mostly tend to the grounds. I don't really build the coffins. I do think there's somewhere on the grounds. I'd have to go exploring where that used to be done. I could give it a whirl if need be, but not much of this sort to my job. Oh, I see. It's mostly just groundskeeping, like I said. Just upkeep. I wish there was... I would say I wish I could make the graveyard a little livelier, but But in the Undervale, things don't really grow well. There are some, like, trees here, but they don't really ever have anything on their branches. So it makes the place look a bit dreary. I like it. It's kind of cozy. But at the very least, I can keep things tidy. I'm sorry. It's a noble profession, one that's been handed down in our family for generations. I agree. Death is taboo in a lot of cultures. Or not really. It's a very Western notion to fear and shun death and to kind of avoid it as much as possible. I feel that's why so many people are scared of it. But it is one of the few things in life that are, I guess, fair. Death does not care if you're rich, old, poor. What? I'm gonna touch him inappropriately just to remind him he's just a little. Huh? What did I do? I didn't forget I'm a little guy. What is going on? I Con? Beyond run. My legs aren't that long. I fear it would not do me any good. Yes, but
Is that you made it very clear earlier that head pets aren't the kind of touching that you meant. Oh man. Yes. Oh. I'll carry you. Can you run in your heels, Nova? You wear heels, right? I think. Let me pull up your character sheet on Twitter. Hold on. I think I remember because I saw that on my. That's so cute. Nova's outfit is very pretty. Twitter. I don't care. It's not X. Don't. You're the one blushing. I haven't said a thing. You. I know what you are. I know what you are, Con. Hell yeah. And worst case scenario, make a shift weapon to protect. Nova protect. Wait, I'm not blushing. You see this? This is blushing. This would be me blushing. I'm not. What was I doing again? Oh, right. My father's father was a gravedigger, and so was my father's father, and my father's 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 father. It made my brain glitch a little bit reading all that. Digging graves is in our blood. It's who we are. My. That was a surprisingly pretty speech. Coming from a girl who lives in the countryside, a girl who is without much in the way of education. Why is this narrator so fucking rude? Jeez. It is apparent, just to listen to her, and the way she slurs her syllables together, that she's never had elocution classes, not like you. There's a determination, however, to her, and a pride in her genealogy, which gives her a respectable aura. You cannot help but be impressed. So, you ask your hostess, does that make her one in a long line of gravediggers? Yes, your hostess, the gravedigger, says. That's about right, though I was never supposed to be a gravedigger myself. Super judgmental about. I know, it was so mean. The narrator was so mean to us too. They're like, see, it's all your fault that this cannibal decided to take a chomp out of your neck and lock you in the dungeon. Like, that's on you, buddy. Like, what the fuck? It's not a woman's profession. That's what everybody says. My father didn't mind that, though. He taught me everything he knew, and then some. I might be a woman, but I have plenty of upper body strength. I can grip a dig just as well as my father could without breaking a sweat. To the despair of my mother up in heaven, I'm sure. I'm sure if she was still alive, she'd rather I focus on more feminine pursuits, like basket weaving or sewing to better attract a suitor. Not that I would do much good now. There's nobody around who'd court me, not for miles and miles. And what happened to a mother? I'm guessing it was also the plague. You know, just a... Oh, never mind. She died when I was very young, during childbirth. I was only 5 years old. Oh. Well. You can relate to her, at least, upon this point. Your parents are not dead, at least, not as far as you are aware. But you have not seen them in an awfully long time. They sent you away as soon as you were old enough, and they never once bothered to check up on you. For many years, there have been no letters, nor any visits. You offer the gravedigger your condolences. You do not know if they will help, but you feel like you cannot say nothing. That would seem heartless. Oh well, that pursuit didn't end well. Yeah, I thought that... Like, what? I fear if, you know, her parents or any of her relatives were still alive, we would have seen them, so why are we gonna ask about it? But what do I know? What do I know? The gravedigger, however, does not seem to be too upset by this turn of events, because she smiles, albeit somberly. It's alright. It was ages ago. I don't remember her too well, and I've never really had the luxury of sitting around feeling sorry for myself. I had too much work to do. Around the house, you ask? That too. I was the oldest child, so it was my job, after my mother died, to manage the sweeping and the cooking. Oh, and looking after all my siblings, too. You blink, intrigued, and glance about your hostess's humble lodging. Don't ask where her siblings are. Please, for the love of God, do not ask where her siblings are. You do not see any siblings in the immediate vicinity. Please remember there was a plague. There was a plague! Where could they be? Dead! They're dead! The gravediggers must have noticed your roving eyes. You're not exactly being subtle, because she shakes her head. I had siblings. 2 younger brothers. They're both gone now. Oh. Fucking O and D. Like, what did you think? She would have said something. You should have known. We really should have. You apologize to the gravedigger for your lack of tact, but she does not seem upset by this faux pas. Don't apologize. It's not your fault. My brothers weren't long for this world anyway. The youngest, he died when he was still a babe, and the oldest, he died before he reached double digits. I was upset about it at the time, of course, but I've come to terms with it. Life's a fleeting thing in this wicked old world. That's something you learn in this trade. Digging graves, I mean. I've dug graves for the elderly and the infirm, but I've also dug graves for young babes still in their swaddling clothes. That's the nature of death. It comes for all of us in the end. No matter how old we are, no matter how much money we have, no matter how good or how bad we've been. It's the great equalizer. Or so I've heard. A chill creeps down your hostess's not hostesses. A chill creeps down your spine as you listen to your hostess's speech. She is not wrong, but the inherent mortality of all humankind is not something you wish to contemplate. It is too disturbing. For the longest of times, my family was a small one. It was just my father and me. But that was fine. That was how I liked it. Imagine paraphrasing you from before. Wild. maybe this time things will turn out better. You know, we're pretty similar. We have one similar eye. I got a blue eye. I was very happy, even if our lives weren't the best. I've never had any fancy clothes to wear, and we can't dine on the finest of foods. In the grand scheme of things, we ain't anything that special, but I've always felt otherwise. I thought I was blessed. Somehow I'm pressing X to doubt. I also am doubting. I have an inkling of how this is probably gonna pan out. But I was gonna say, let's be optimistic. But the narrator told us earlier that being optimistic is akin to insanity, basically. Oh, okay, let's just see how this goes. Maybe it won't be too bad. Let's just keep going. We know hardship, of course, and famine, but that's just the way life is around here. When the food supplies were low, we always helped out one another out. I had my father, but I also had the rest of the village. We all looked out for one another, and things always worked out in the end. At least, they did. Until the plague happened. Yes, she had mentioned a plague. You had been wondering when she was going to return to that topic. You suppose that the plague is the reason that the village, as you traversed it, was so very empty? You'd suppose right. The plague tore through the village. I don't remember when. It feels like it was a while ago. Maybe it wasn't that long after all. It feels like I've been on my own for centuries, but your hostess's eyes begin to cloud over. She looks as though she's entrenched with her own memories. What could she be remembering? You've never seen a plague before, though you have heard of them in your history lessons. Your history professor was quite enthusiastic about the subject. She talked about piles of dead bodies stacking up on the streets, and stacked up in the wooden carts come to take them away, with no shortage of aplomb. She was a strange woman, your history professor. The plague came on very suddenly. There was no warning. One day, everyone was fine, and the next, they were all dead. It is no small amount of anxiety that you eye the gravedigger, red flag. The history teacher? Because I agree. Why are you so fixated on all the bodies? I'm taking a little sip of my drink. Then you ask worriedly, surely they could not all have died. Is that not an exaggeration? Oh, if only. I wish I was exaggerating. But it's the truth. Honest to God. The people in the village died, one after the other. Just like that. Yeah, the history teacher like, these are small children you're teaching. I agree. It's important to, how do I say it, not gloss over the details of history, but being so enthusiastic about the piles of bodies and how they're carted off is a little bit very, very questionable. I saw what the plague does to people firsthand. My father was one of the first people who caught it. I think one of the bodies which came through that we buried must have had it. Not that I know for certain. I'm just guessing. Still. My father didn't have an easy time of it. His skin turned all gray and clammy. He complained of a horrible fever. There were night sweats and stomach cramps. And then there were the boils. The boils? Pustules. They were the sides of eggs and they were full of pus. When they burst, it stunk. The whole house was full of it. The stink of death. The wise woman of the village came to see if she could be of any use, but it was no good. My father was too far gone already. She took one look at him, lying on his deathbed, and shook her head. She said she didn't want to get any closer. I can't say I blame her. It was a ghastly sight. I didn't appreciate it at the time, though. It felt like she was turning her back on us. Ew. Ew, indeed. I wished her ill. I remember that. After she left. Until a few days passed, and she fell sick too. Then I felt bad for cursing her. I couldn't help but worry if it was all my fault. It's silly, I know, but... The gravedigger closes her eyes. She seems to squeam her... I can read. She seems to squeeze her lids together until her lashes melt like flecks of fallen snow. Her shoulders, which are very slender, are shaking. She looks as though she might, at any moment, fall apart. It wasn't long after that the rest of the village fell ill. They all had the same symptoms as my father. The clammy skin, and the fever, and the boils. The boils grew, then they burst, and they died in screaming, stinking agony. My father died too, only 3 days after he fell ill. But I think even that was 3 days too many. I didn't want my father to die, of course. I did everything I could to help him, but it was all pointless. None of my herbal salves had any impact. I couldn't make a blind bit of difference. All I did was stand about his bedside, tell him it'd be alright, until his eyes sank into his skull like 2 black stones and his mouth dried out. During that last day before he died, he might have been a corpse already. He didn't look at me. He didn't speak to me. He just lay in his bed with his eyes closed, groaning. I never wished any ill on my father before. But during those moments, The gravedigger squeezes her hands, which are resting upon her black-clad lap, into fists. She trembles. Then, in a voice throbbing with awful emotion, she says, I wish he'd just died. Well, based on her anecdote, It does not sound like she had an overly long to wait. This fucking narrator! I wonder if she would consider that a silver lining? No, perhaps not. The gravedigger is still shaking. She will not cry, will she? You hope not. Awkwardly, you look at the gravedigger. You're not sure how to soothe her, but you know you must make some sort of an effort, even if it's a token one. You shift up upon your chair, which feels very cold and hard beneath your thighs. Then you say very softly that you are sorry. It is not much, but it is all you can think of saying. You thought, initially, that your situation was comparable to that of the gravedigger, but now you see that it is not the case. Her suffering has far outstripped your own. Not that suffering is a competition, of course. That's a good thing to note. Your apology feels inadequate. Your apology feels inadequate to your ears, largely because it is. The gravedigger seems not to mind it. She is very big-hearted, that girl. Smile at you so, no matter how foolish you might be. Do you really deserve such kindness? Oh, again with the apologies. Why is blurb not working? It was working earlier. Do I need to have it as like... It's even the top thing. God damn it. Could y'all hear it? Or is it just me that's not... that can't hear blurp? He's pulling it out. What out? The shovel? The corpses? Is my colleague's taking a piss? God damn it, gone. We were talking about plagues and pus-filled corpses and you're trying to whip it out. What are you... Should I be concerned about what you're into? It's alright. Like I said, you didn't cause any of this. I'm not upset at you. I'm just... recounting what happened, is all. Jujia. Yes, I should be concerned? I do wonder, though, why I never feel sick myself. I thought I was going to die, so I'd already prepared for the Reaper to come and take me away. But maybe he wasn't interested. Maybe he'd already satiated his appetite on all the others. You dumbass, I said I'm into dudes. I know you're into dudes. I'm well aware of that, Con, dear. Are you, like, we're talking about corpses, though. Oh, that's much better for you. That, or maybe he thought he'd have to leave me alive for practicality's sake. With my father gone, who else would tend to the dead? I don't fuck corpses, I'm not my first to. What? You're not your first... What?
I'm asked for death.
What? Are we we're just gonna move on from that? I just realized I didn't even have the bridger connected. What? Absolutely. Okay, I guess we're moving on from that. Okay. I was the only person left by the end of it, so as I had to bury the people in the village. They're all resting peacefully now, under the earth, where the plague can't reach them. On the one hand, I'm happy for them. They were able to escape from all their suffering. When I think about all the people I've lost, well... The gravedigger tenses. Then she sniffs. When I think about the kindly washerwoman who helped me scrub the mud and the dirt from my clothes... Ah, so this village did have its fair share of washerwomen after all. It would seem your earlier insistence upon this particular point was not without merit. I think there are bigger things to worry about, you lesbian. And the handsome young farmhands who used to flirt with me. The priest who preached at the church, who told us wonderful tales of paradise, and the children who would skip stones on the lake and play hopscotch in the streets. I can't help but feel so lonely. The gravedigger's eyes begin to shine when she's finished her address with tears, but she does not let them fall. She's being very brave, much more so than you are. Anxiously, you extend a hand towards her, meaning to... what? Give her a hug? You do not know her well enough. Pat her head? That would be infantilizing. Squeeze her hand? Perhaps that could be misconstrued as a romantic overture, and that is the last thing you want. You endured more than your fair share of teasing over that. You stood there for a few moments, paralyzed by indecision, as the gravedigger poorly suppresses her sniffles. In the end, you let your arm drop back to your side. Your hand rests upon your lap, as useful as damp kindling. You do not know what to do with it. You do know what that you ought to say something, though, to show you heard her plight and that you care. You do not know what this something should be, however. No words could ever console the gravedigger. They would never be enough. They can offer some balm, however, to the bereaved, and so, after a pause just long enough to be awkward, you offer your condolences. What else can you say? Oh no, the gravedigger replies, wiping a few stray tears at the back of her arm. It's alright. I've grown used to it, really, being on my own. I mean, it ain't so bad, really. And I'm not alone now, at least. I've met you. You'll keep me company, won't you? Well, what can you say to that? You aren't callous enough to trample this poor girl's hopes, are you? You know full well yourself how awful that feels. You can do nothing but nod, a response which makes the girl smile more widely still. That's wonderful. I know you're just a traveler who's passing through. But I can offer you bread and board until you leave. I have food enough, and a spare bedroom. I can make it up for you right now. You must be tired after your long journey. Just give me a moment. The gravedigger rises to her feet in a flurry of excitement, then retreats. You watch as she departs, a little too eager to please, and frown. The girl's home is a small, humble one with a low ceiling and slanted walls. You cannot imagine such a small dwelling possessing a spare bedroom. This so-called spelled bedroom is, in all likelihood, the room her father slept in before the plague carried him off. You do not think that you would much like to spend the night in the room of a dead man, but what choice do you have? You are tired, wretchedly so. Why, it is all you can do to keep your eyes open. While you were running through the forest, desperate to escape your pursuer, you had no thought in mind beyond finding some safe sanctuary in which you could recuperate. Now that you have found said sanctuary, it would be unreasonable to find faults with it. You ought to learn to be more thankful for what you have. There are many, many people in the world with less. You rise and follow the gravedigger when she has finished her preparations to her so-called spare bedroom, which is every bit as cramped as you fear it would be. Don't be an asshole! At least there is a bed, which comes as something as a relief. The rest of the lodgings were so humble you were half expecting a straw pallet. As tired as you might be, you cannot lie to yourself. You have no desire to sleep among the hay like an animal. The sheets of the bed are clean, too, a fact you discern with a cursory glance. So, you will not be expecting to sleep upon the sweat-soaked linen of a plague-ridden man after all. This really is your lucky day. I got you this too, the gravedigger says somewhat shyly as she handed you a folded gown. To sleep in. I thought it might come in handy. Your clothes are, a little shabby. She can say that again. Your skirt is covered in mud, and the hem is torn and ragged. This nightgown is one of my old ones, so it suffered a bit of wear and tear, but I hope it'll fit alright. It's clean, if nothing else. You accept the nightgown from your benefactress with words of thanks. You want to sound appropriately appreciative, but you cannot mask your fatigue. Weariness overcomes you, and you yawn, a fact that the grave digger does not fail to notice.
I will beg your pardon. I don't want to keep you. I'll be making myself scarce. If you need anything, though, don't hesitate to ask. I'd be happy to help.
The Great Digger bows her head to you like a drudge, then hurries off, closing the door behind her with a thud. Tired though you are, you soon find that you rather miss your hostess's company. In the face of her good-natured smiles, you could almost forget all of the hardships you have hitherto endured. In her absence, however, your lodgings feel almost unbearably cold and inhospitable. You suppress a shoulder, then unclothe yourself. You work as quickly as you are able, but your fingers are so cold, and they fumble with the buttons of your blouse. It takes you more time than you would like to complete this endeavor, but you soon have your shirt and your skirt dispensed with. You are too tired to fold them neatly, so you do not bother to fold them at all. Instead, you cast them carelessly upon the floor, as defiant as a sulky child, and pull on your new nightgown. Your hostess's earlier warnings were apt enough.
It is quite warm, but it fits well enough.
It is more comfortable, at least, than your old uniform. You have endured worse. Newly dressed and ready for bed, you loosen your hair from your braids and settle down among the sheets. It is with a sigh you extinguish the weakly flickering candlelight which burns on your bedside, and then with another sigh that you lay your head down upon your pillow. Though physically exhausted, you have to wonder whether you will be able to sleep at all. You can recall your previous dash through the forest in such vivid detail your heart is still pounding. That fear is yet to leave you. Perhaps it will never leave you. Your terror was such, it almost feels as though it has suffused itself into your bones, into your very being. But your exhaustion is greater than your worldly anxieties, and soon it claims you. Your eyelids fall shut and your breathing, inevitably, begins to even out. It is not long until you are spiraling through a dark, deep abyss, lost in Morpheus's kingdom. But your sleep, despite your weary state, is not as restorative as you hoped. Your imagination has always been overactive. Even at the conservatoire, you were frequently beset by dreams of the most vivid nature. The dreams that you have this night, lying beneath unfamiliar sheets upon an unfamiliar bed, are no less intense than usual. In your dreams, you're about at the conservatoire, the place where this adventures of yours began. You're wearing the crisp white blouse you once discarded, in your gray, unremarkable skirt. Your hair is tied in braids, and your eyes are downturned, forever focused upon your feet. You tried not to look at your classmates, and thought yourself fortunate that if they did not look at you in turn. You did not want anybody to notice you, until that awful winter that is, where everyone stopped paying attention to you for good. Nobody tried to trip you when you walked past them in the hallways. Nobody, in fact, so much as glanced at you. All of a sudden, there were no malicious whispers, no wicked laughter, no pulled hair, and no thrown objects. You were giddy with relief, at first, over this newfound means of tormenting you that your class had devised. But this little game, that of complete and utter disregard, continued on and on and on, as the day grew shorter and the nights grew longer. As the time passed, you began to fret as to the state of your own corporeality. Could anybody still see you? Did you even exist at all? Then at long last you found it, quite by accident, the source of all your woes. One of the girls had erected it in the forest through which you were sometimes bidden to jog for PE class, beneath the shade cast by an old oak tree. It was a small makeshift tombstone, a small, meager monument made of stone, upon which one of your classmates had hewn a name. Your name. You knew at once, as you stood there, standing beneath the shade of that ancient tree, that this was the reason behind your classmates' silence. This is why they had, for many months, been ignoring you so assiduously. They had buried you. In their hearts, you had already died. Your eerie dreams notwithstanding, you sleep more comfortably than you anticipated. That's insane. The whole our whole class just decided, well, they're better off. That's crazy. It reminds me of I think in Japan I've heard that a method of bullying, like when a classmate dies, you put flour on their desk, but if you do that while they're still alive, it's very akin to saying, I wish you were dead, or I wish you would die. And that has a very similar feeling. That's crazy, actually. That's worse than... Not worse, but that's... I don't know why I'm surprised. One of our classmates stabbed us in the hand. I accidentally scratched my chair. When you awaken the following morning to the sweet chirping of birdsong, you feel well rested, albeit woozy. Your head is aching. It is nothing, however, that a cup of hot tea cannot fix. You stumble into the kitchen in your nightclothes, your hair loose and your feet bare, and the gravedigger turns to you. She looks at your face, which is pasty, and your under eyes, which are dark, and exclaims, in the manner of one accustomed to solving problems, not complaining about them, "Oh, you look awful! I think you need something warm to drink, and maybe you need something to eat too? Let me get started on breakfast." And that is exactly what she does. She gets started on breakfast, which proves to be quite the simple affair. Nothing like the luxurious food you were accustomed to in your past life. The bread is hard enough to break your teeth on, and the cheese is a bit too strong. It is food all the same, though, and you do not complain. Your stomach was beginning to grumble. The tea is inoffensive, at least, and you drink it gratefully. You thank the gravedigger girl for her hospitality, and she smiles at you in return, a sunny smile, like a field of blooming bellflowers. That's so cute. Bellflowers are so pretty. "It's no problem. Don't hesitate to ask me if you need anything else," she says, words which come to symbolize your relationship. You stay with the gravedigger for many, many more days, and though limited her means might be, she always tries to help you. I'm trying to do like more of a, I don't want to say southern accent, but that's as close to like a, I don't know, but sometimes it keeps slipping. My accent keeps slipping. Not that my accent is too bad, I don't think, but if I try to make it more apparent, it slips out. The gravedigger sets you chores about the house to keep you occupied, a fact for which you are grateful. You need to do something to keep your mind off your frantic flight through the forest. You can almost forget about it now, during the day. During the night, however, it returns to you, the sound of your feet against the foliage and the swirling fog. When you sleep, you are assailed by nightmares. Sometimes you awake after midnight, the sheets twisted around your body and your mouth agape in a paroxysm of terror. Though you try to tell yourself otherwise, you are still afraid. Being with the gravedigger makes you feel less so, though, particularly when you're sweeping the floor or keeping an eye on the bread loaves so they do not burn. You attend to most of the domestic chores, while the gravedigger concerns herself with the work that she knows best, that is, digging graves. Her dogged persistence when it comes to this pursuit intrigues you, so much so that you cannot help but posit a question to her on one particular morning, when the sky is festooned with clouds. Why, you ask her, perhaps a touch of insensitivity, do you continue to dig graves? There's nobody left, after all, to dig them for. You have always been practical, and you cannot see the point in it. What's the point in it? The gravedigger ponders, while holding her precious shovel to her chest. Fortunately, she does not seem upset by her question, despite its bluntness. You should count yourself lucky her temperament is so placid. I don't suppose there is any point to it, really, the gravedigger says with a small purpose. I know it doesn't have any practical purpose, but, well, digging graves is what my father did. He showed me how to do it, so I should continue his legacy. My father wanted to keep our family tradition going, and I suppose I want to do the same.
That's all there is to it, really. That's all, is it? You think you can understand that, though your companion's actions might appear to be illogical. There is a kernel of reason nestled among them. She does not dig graves out of any sense of purpose. She does it, instead, out of sentiment. Besides, I have to do something to keep myself busy, don't I? If I spend my days idling all on my own, I think I'd go mad. The gravedigger laughs at this, as though the prospect of her own madness is amusing. Her laugh, despite her slender stature, is not particularly delicate. It reminds you, perhaps unkindly, of the braying of a horse. That's so fucking mean! What? The main character was so smitten with the princess, but she's this girl and she's like, don't be fucking rude. Don't piss me off. You're ashamed of thinking such a thing, though, and your face flushes with guilt of it. With the guilt of it. Good! It should. We cannot all be well-bred little ladies, you know. Still, the laughter of the gravedigger, as it echoes through the gray, gloomy sky, is strangely desperate. It sounds forced. Her smile, too, is a touch unnatural, the rictus grin of a corpse. You find, despite your attempts to return her laughter with a quiet giggle, that you cannot help but pity her. You retreat indoors briefly after your talk with the gravedigger, then set about some simple chores. The gravedigger trusts you well enough to manage sweeping the floor, a task which does not particularly take long, and the preparing of the meals, a task which takes slightly longer. It is not until much later, however, once the sun is already sunk beneath the horizon and the moon is high in the sky, that the gravedigger returns from the outdoors. She is windswept after many hours spent exposed to the elements, and there is dirt caked beneath her fingernails. The gravedigger removes her cloak, which hangs by the door, then looks at the pot suspended over the fire, a fire which you stoked with your own fair hands. The scent of cooking food, that of garlic and onions, fills the air, suffusing the interior of the kitchen in a homely aroma that makes your own stomach rumble. Taking stock of this, the gravedigger smiles at you, a toothy smile which, despite her status as a lowly peasant, is surprisingly clean and bright and white. Can you stop calling her a peasant? I get it, but like, rude. Thank you so much, dear one. There's nothing like returning home after a hard day's work to find dinner already prepared. Now, let me give it a taste. The gravedigger dips a spoon into the soup, then brings it to her lips. She blows upon it. And then she places the spoon into her mouth, the wooden utensil clacking against her teeth. You observe this with a touch of anxiety. Will she like the food which you have prepared for her? You have cooked for her before, in the past. She was already very complimentary of your efforts. Cooking is not your forte, however. You never had to concern yourself with it, really, growing up in relative comfort as you did. You think that you enjoyed this real, rustic mode of existence more than you did any of the privileges of your past life. At least now, with the gravedigger, you have a steadfast friend, a staunch ally. When you are with her, you are not alone, and that is worth its weight in gold. The gravedigger exclaimed after drawing the spoon from her lips. Her smile a bright, guileless one. It's delicious! Your face flushes at this compliment. You're unaccustomed to receiving them, and it makes you feel good. Shyly, you ask the gravedigger if she truly means that, a query which makes the gravedigger smile. Of course I mean it. You've become quite good at cooking, really. That is a relief. You were not very good at all of this cooking malarkey in the beginning. You did not know how to handle a knife, nor how to peel a vegetable, and you cut yourself more than once. You bled into the soup on several occasions, but never once did you throw this sullied soup out. The gravedigger lives a humble existence, and she cannot afford to waste her precious ingredients. Your soups, during your stay, have all been seasoned with the slightest hint of iron. Today's soup, however, is a marked step above all the rest. You did not cut yourself with a knife, even once. Maybe your companion's compliments are not empty fluff. Maybe you really are improving. This soup should be ready to serve. I have some bread too, that we can eat it with, but oh! I should brew some tea too. Let me. Ah yes, the tea. You knew that you were forgetting something. You were so focused on the soup, it must have slipped your mind.
Your face flushes, yes again, at this oversight, and shyly, you offer to correct it. The gravedigger, however, waves your request aside. No, it's alright. You made the dinner, so I'll brew the tea. It's only fair, and it won't take all that long. Would you mind serving up the soup while I'm busy? Of course you would not mind. You do enjoy making yourself useful. I concur, me too. For a lady, you're awfully domestic. You work alongside the gravedigger to finish your nightly meal, and together you serve it. Soup and bread alongside 2 cups of piping hot tea, prepared by your hostess's own 2 hands. You sit together at the table, then partake in this simple fare, after saying grace. The soup really is quite good, despite it being made from only the most commonplace of ingredients. There's a bit of a kick to it, and it warms you from inside out. The tea, meanwhile, is very soothing, so much so, it makes you feel rather sleepy. We would like to sit with the gravedigger for a little while longer and tell stories, if you have some time in the past. That, or play cards. The nights are long, and there's no better way to pass them than spending time with her. Games of Old Maid, alas, will have to wait. You're too tired for it. You do not know what has happened, but after consuming your victuals, you feel utterly fatigued. Maybe it's just the previous route, but I'm a little concerned about how sleepy we are. She didn't do anything to our tea, did she? Please. Explain your predicament to the gravedigger between your yawns, and she nods in response. That's alright. You don't need to stay up with me if you're not feeling up to it. You should head off to bed and rest that pretty head of yours. She thinks I'm pretty? You don't think you are particularly pretty, but you assume that the gravedigger is just regurgitating a phrase to you. She does not truly mean it. How could she? She is far prettier than you are. You thank the gravedigger for her understanding, then rise from the table. You do be pretty. Hey, they're talking about the
How is
MC.
everyone?
Asphodel. Silence, please, child. You retreat to the spare bedroom on trembling legs, then change out of your clothes. You have only just slid into your nightgown when you hear the rapping of knuckles upon your door, light and unobtrusive. This rapping could, of course, belong to but one person. It is the gravedigger come to check up on you. I'm sorry, the gravedigger says with her voice off, but you rushed to your room so soon after eating, I couldn't help but worry about you. Would you mind if I took a look at you? I just want to see if you're alright. The gravedigger is trying to keep her voice steady, but you can hear it wavering regardless. Oh, is she scared that we're getting sick? She really does sound concerned, so much so, she could very well be beyond the brink of tears. Oh no, oh no, I guess she is concerned, thinking that maybe she's worried we're getting sick. You do not want her to cry for you. You would feel horribly guilty if you upset her, even inadvertently, given all that she has done for you. You bid the gravedigger entry into your room, therefore, without further delay, an invitation she hastens to take. The door swings inward with a creak, and there your hostess stands, still attired in black. Her clothes a stark contrast to your pure white, well, off-white nightgown. The gravedigger looks at you, seated in bed with your hair freed from your usual braids, and exhales. Is that relief, you wonder, playing about her face? But why? What was she expecting to see, exactly, before entering your bedchamber? Thank you for letting me in, the gravedigger says, toying with her fingers. How do you feel? Not too terrible, you reassure her. There are no particular problems with your health. You just feel tired. Are you sure you're not sick? Your face does look a bit pale. That would be nothing out of the norm. You are always pale. True. Now, is there anything I can do for you? Would you like something warm to drink, or maybe a hot brick to place in your bed? It should keep you warm. You appreciate your hostess's thoughtfulness, but you reassure her that won't be necessary. You will be fine. I hope so. I thought that about my father too, before he... Yeah, so that's what it was. This poor girl. The gravedigger begins, but her voice soon trails off. She does not finish that thought. She does not need to. You know now what she was thinking of before she entered your bedroom. Cold, clammy skin, a sweating brow, rank, oozing pustules. You think upon these symptoms, which are eerily similar to those encountered during the Great Plague which once beset your own country, and you shudder. If you don't want anything, then I'll be on my way, the gravedigger says. But before that... This was just a fancy on my part, but I was wondering, would you mind if I brushed your hair for a little while? That's so cute. That is so cute. Your hair? That's right. It's such a pretty shade of red and all. I just thought, well, it's just a fancy, really. You don't have to let me, not if you don't want to. But I thought it might help you relax if you're feeling under the weather. I heard it's supposed to be soothing. That is what the gravedigger says, but you have a distinct feeling that she is the one looking for solace here. She's not quite so selfish, perhaps, as she would like you to think, but she has been very good to you, and has done so very much for you, that you don't want to begrudge her this small self-indulgence. You rather think she deserves it. You agree, therefore, to her request, and upon doing so, you are certain you've made the right choice. Your hostess's face lights up immediately, in a manner which makes you blush. Oh, thank you. It'd be my honor. Now, let me fetch my brush. The gravedigger retreats from your room in a hurry, but returns soon thereafter, holding in her right hand the promised brush. This artifact acquired, the gravedigger then settles herself upon your bed, by your side. She looks at your hair for a few moments, her expression pensive. Then she announces that she will begin. The gravedigger leans in. The wooden frame of the bed creaks under her weight, a creak which melds with the sighing of the breeze outdoors. You can feel the bristles of the brush running through your hair. It is soothing enough, so much so it makes you shiver. The sensation is a pleasant one, and somewhat nostalgic. Did your mother do this for you, you wonder, when you were a little girl? If she did, it must have been when you were a very little girl. You have not seen your mother in quite some time. Not after you enrolled at the conservatoire. Oh, you have such lovely hair, dear one. It's soft, just like silk, not at all like mine. Mine is so coarse. This gentle voice draws you out of your vague, half-formed reminiscences. It sounds as though the gravedigger is lost in nostalgia of her own, because her voice, when she next speaks, is dreamy. I think my mother used to brush my hair like this for me, back when she was still alive. That must have been a long time ago, though. It is funny, you think, as the brush continues to slide through your tresses, that you and the gravedigger should both be reminiscing, in tandem, about your respective mothers. Perhaps there is something maternal in the act of brushing one's hair which is wont to summoning forth such images. I would not know, personally. I cannot remember my own mother at all. I don't think I liked having my hair brushed very much, the gravedigger continues, her breath warm against the exposed nape of your neck. My mother used to complain that I squirmed too much. I can remember that. She always told me to sit still, though it wasn't my fault I squirmed. She just used too much force. Now this is curious. It sounds as though the reminiscences of the gravedigger are not particularly fond after all. Did she not get along well with her mother? I can't rightly say, the gravedigger replies in a somber sort of voice. I was young, like I said, when she died. I don't really remember her too well. But I don't think she ever had that much time for me. She was too busy with all the cooking and the cleaning. Oh, and looking after my baby brothers. But she had time enough, despite that, to brush your hair. She did what she felt she had to make me look presentable. Not that it really worked. I wasn't like the other girls in the village, you see, who liked to sit indoors with their mothers and sew. I'd always loved the outdoors. My father said I inherited that from him. Ruefully, the gravedigger smiled. Not that you can see it with your back facing her. My mother said I wasn't very, well, maidenly. She didn't like that I always trapezed around outside after my father, watching as he dug graves. She said it wasn't appropriate, like I was some sort of princess wearing a fine dress. The gravedigger snorts. I used to get a bit muddy, yes, and maybe I did get burrs in my clothes and knots in my hair, but it shouldn't have mattered. It's not like I ever had any hopes of marrying a prince, not with what my mother said. But still, she hoped. She had lots of hopes, my mother. High hopes. I think she might have resented my father, maybe, for working such a menial job. Our profession is an honest one, but it's never made much money. I think my mother was hoping for fine jewels and dresses and... oh, I don't know. She always had ideas. Her head was full of fairy tales. It was a shame, I suppose, that her reality didn't match up to what she wanted. I didn't match up to what she wanted. The bitterness in your friend's voice is unmistakable. So much so, you want to console her. What would you say to her, though? You never met your companion's mother. You never will, either. Her cold, inert body has been lying in the graveyard, buried beneath a tombstone, for over a decade. You have no way of ascertaining whether your companion's mother truly cared for her. You do have intelligence enough, however, to understand that poorly thought out condolences can cause more harm than good. You would not like it if people tried to reassure you that, of course, your father loved you, really. If he loved you, then why did he send you away from home? Why did he never send you any letters? You know he was worried about his finances, but that seems a poor excuse to pretend that his only daughter did not exist. As for your own mother, meanwhile, she was nice. At least she thinks she was. But she was lonely and ineffectual. Though she was, nominally, an adult, she always cleaved before your father's judgment. You think that she was afraid of him. You do not try to tell the gravedigger, therefore, that her mother loved her. That she must have done, else she would not have given birth to her. Instead, you sit there, letting the brush run through your hair, and you say quietly that you understand. Sometimes you feel like a disappointment yourself. Well, the gravedigger says after a pause.
I'm Asphodel.
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
I guess it happens to all of us. You guess so. Parents are only people, after all. While one would hope one's parents would be kind and attentive, they, too, can fall victim to caprices of their own. Just because one has brought a child into this world, it does not mean one will be able to take care of it properly. Not all parents are responsible, just not as all people are responsible. It is a painful subject. Oh well, it's alright if my mother never liked me, or even if she never loved me. I know my father did, and that's all that matters. He was always there for me, no matter what. Your companion's voice catches in her throat. She winces. At least, until he wasn't. He died. And I didn't do a thing to help him. Your companion's shoulders are beginning to shake. You still cannot see her, but you can feel her body convulsing. You can sense her loneliness rolling off her in waves. It is all-consuming, like the waters of a deep, dark ocean. Grief anew pierces your heart, not on your behalf, but for the sake of your benefactress. She does not deserve to suffer so much. This you have no qualms with telling her. You turn to face her and pluck the brush which has been hovering in the air, inert, from her fingers. Then, you let her know that her father's death was not her fault. What could she have done? She could not have cured his illness. I know, but I can't help but thinking, what if? I keep racking my brain over and over, trying to come up with something. I can't think of anything, and even if I could, it's too late. He's already dead. He's dead and buried. I buried him, and now I'm all alone. She might have been alone, you tell the gravedigger, but she isn't now. Not anymore. How can she be when you are there? I know that. I know, and I'm grateful. But I don't know if I deserve it. Why would she not deserve your company? You do not understand. Because I couldn't do nothing for nobody.
My father always looked out for me when I was a little girl, but when he needed me the most, I failed him. I failed everyone. All of the villagers, all of my friends, all died. What would I do if the same thing happened to you? I don't think I could bear it. I don't want you getting sick too. Not when I care about you so much. I thought I'd gotten used to being on my own. But now that you're here, it's making me worry all over again. I've been worrying so much I can't sleep from it. I'm scared. Your companion's voice catches in her throat. Then she collapses in on herself. She leans forward, arms wound about her middle as if to steady herself, and she cries. She cries, and she cries, and she cries. For a few moments you look at the gravedigger, unsure of what to do. Her pale face, streaked with silvery tears, seems to flicker in the candlelight. Her shoulders, which seem too slender to bear the cumulative weight of all the sorrow she has endured, are shaking. Her fatigue continues to cling to you, as insistent as the fog which rolls amongst the tombstones in the graveyard at night. You are not so very tired, however. You cannot offer your hostess some comfort. You do not know what you can say to console her. You feel too weary to think of pretty sophisms. But there is something you can think of. You would not typically be so bold, of course, but you are tired enough, for once, to throw caution to the wind. That and the tears of the gravedigger are awfully arresting. Oh, we got an achievement for that. In your arms, be a good Samaritan. You open your arms, and before the gravedigger can pass comment, you pull her to your chest. Oh! A soft exclamation escapes the lips of the gravedigger, quieter than the sound of the wintry snow as it brushes the ground. Then, there is nothing. The gravedigger is stiff in your arms for a few moments, like the corpses she and her father used to seal away inside their wooden coffins. She is all wide eyes and awkward, pointed elbows, tears still coursing down her pale cheeks. You worry briefly as you hold her. But you have, perhaps, made a mistake. Were your attempts at controlling her too clumsy? You would not know. You have never been in a situation like this before. You have never consoled any friends before, because you've never had any friends to console. It is not so now, however. You are as far away from your old life as possible to be, and the gravedigger does not curse you for your impudence. Neither does she try to squirm away from you. Instead, she sits there, still as a statue, cradled in your arms. Oh, I'm very sorry to show you something so embarrassing. It's just, I get so lonely sometimes. Until at long last, with a breathy sob, she lets the full weight of her body fall against yours. You run your hands against your sobbing companion's shoulder blades and her back, and gently, you soothe her. You tell her she does not need to apologize. There is no shame in crying. You hug her for many, many minutes while she sobs against your chest, wetting at the front of your nightgown. No further words pass between you that night, but they do not need to. Words are irrelevant in a moment as tender as this, shared between two souls who have come to understand one another through mutual loneliness. You slide beneath your sheets, you still feel exhausted, and the gravedigger joins you without asking for permission. Cute. It would be an unnecessary piece of politeness, really, given your acceptance is all but assured. You have already accepted the gravedigger, after all. Every single inch of her. You've accepted her hospitality, you've accepted her food, now you're accepting her company. You arrange yourself beneath the sheets and then draw her body to yours. The gravedigger has not yet changed into her nightwear. Her clothes will be horribly rumpled when she wakes come the following morning, her head resting against your chest. But tomorrow has ceased to matter. It no longer exists. There is no concept of time between the two of you, no thought of the day which will dawn. There's no concept of time between the two of you, no thought of the day which will dawn once this night inevitably ends. Instead, there's only the warmth shared between you, and the wetness on the cheeks of the gravedigger. There's a sound, irregular now, less tense than before, of your companion's muted, muffled sobs. There is this gentle, tender moment snapped in the midst of a deep, dark night, which can never be replaced. Your eyelids feel heavy, as though weighted down with stones. They droop inexorably downwards, pulling you, like a drowning maiden, into the dark, impenetrable abyss of slumber. This poor girl. Ooh. I don't know what's wrong with Blurb. It's not working today. I'm so sorry. How do I give y'all back your channel points? Why is Blurb not working? Oh, wait. Blurb. Do I need to fix the browser source? I tried timing that with a yawn too. I need to take a look at let's see. I'm gonna re-add the source. Hopefully that fixes it. If not, I'll play around with it more before next stream just to make sure it's working. Because I really like Blurb. I think it's fun. It's silly. Then you fall asleep, cozied up beside the gravedigger like two cats in a basket. You sleep, and you sleep, and you sleep, more deeply than you have allowed yourself for quite some time. Oh god damn it, I fucking knew it! But when you wake up, you find that you are no longer in the bed which you slept in, shrouded by sheets. The gravedigger, too, is nowhere to be seen. Instead, you are quite alone, lying by yourself in the dark. You blink, but your surroundings do not become any clearer. Is it the middle of the night? Perhaps you were roused from your slumber by the desire to relieve yourself, or else to slake your thirst? Your sleep has been awfully disordered as of late, and the smallest of noises have been enough to disturb you. That does not sound quite right, though. You slept well, of that you are certain. Your body feels invigorated, as though it has slumbered for hours and hours. How many hours? You do not know. You do not know much of anything. You can feel a strange pinching sensation around your chest, however, and your arms. It would appear as though somebody, who else could it have been save the gravedigger, changed your attire while you were sleeping. That is a startling thought. The darkness which entombs you is even more so. The darkness which surrounds you is unsettlingly complete. It is so thick, you cannot penetrate it. Your newfound woes do not stop, however, at this deep, unnatural darkness. It is cold, too, and you are laying upon something hard. Some sort of stone slab? I would play a different sound, but since Burp is broken at the moment, I shan't. I know. Maybe I just need to restart OBS or look at it, because Blurp was working at the beginning of the stream, and then I had to switch my layout. Hold on, wait, do I need to make it like full screen? Is that what it is? Let me just do that real quick. I don't think it would fix it, but maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Ugh, it's too late to eat anything, but I am hungry. I shouldn't eat anything at like 4 in the morning. That probably wouldn't be good. Making Blurp full screen. Maybe that'll help. Maybe not. Who knows? I hope it does. And there we go. I had to like manually do that. Okay. I mean, you could eat something in 2 hours.
I am not waking up at 6 in the morning. Silly. Oh, let me see. No, I guess. No, yeah, I guess the blurb is having a moment. Wait, what if I get rid of it and then re-add it? Browser. Blurb. It's one. What the fuck is full screen? It says full screen. Dimensions. 1920. 1080. Okay. Okay, unadded and re-added blurb. Let's see. There we go.
Do you have any ibuprofen? I got a headache.
There we go. Sometimes you just gotta turn it off and turn it on again. Oh yeah, I forgot things are occurring. Your newfound woes do not stop, however, at this deep, unnatural darkness. It is cold to— oh, I already read that. What is going on? You reach out, but your movements are soon stymied? Is there something— there's something heavy on top of you. Something that is limiting your movements. You were anxious before, upon awakening, but at this discovery you feel downright aggrieved. A sharp prong of panic pierces you, but you try to suppress it. Hysterics will get you nowhere. In most cases, they only tend to make bad situations even worse. You ought to know that already. You swallow your mounting dread as best you can, as though it is coming on thick and fast, and try to squirm. You move your arms outward, but they do not get very far. There is a wall above you, and walls on either side of you, walls which do not budge no matter how hard you push. Not, I must add, that you can push particularly hard, your anxious state notwithstanding. You had never had much in the way of upper body strength, nor lower body strength. You do not have much in the way of strength at all. You feel quite helpless as you lie there, out of breath from your meager exertions, unsure of what you should do. You can hardly see a foot in front of your face. You do not know where you are, nor why, but a terrible premonition is beginning to bear down upon you, one which, initially, you try to discard. You did not want to accept it as a possibility, but where else could the truth lie? Would you not notice the oxygen around you becoming less and less? I fear you would. I fear you would. You are lying in a box, hemmed in by walls which only offer a scant few inches for you to stretch in any direction. Where else could you be but a coffin? The moment you allow yourself to ponder this awful reality is the moment you hear it, the irregular sound of drumming. It is though somebody, though they must be a very large somebody, is tapping their fingertips upon the lid of your coffin. That, or it is raining. It is not the fingers of a giantess, though, which is disturbing you, nor is it the falling rain. It is dirt. The sound continues on and on, as though drilling its way inside your skull. It is relentless. It is merciless. Like the ticking of a great celestial clock, it cannot be stopped. Your time is almost running out. But you knew that, didn't you? When you were running through the forest? You ought to have known, silly thing, that you cannot outpace your destiny forever. Sooner or later, it would catch up with you. You are stubborn, though, and you do not want to accept this. Alright, but I think that's it for me. It's way too late. Yeah, no, that's completely fair. It is very, very late. I wanted to see if I could do all 3 of the routes in this stream. That is not happening. It is 4 a.m. But have a good night, Con. I'm probably also gonna head off after we finish this route too. Thanks for staying. I appreciate it. through, you know, cannibalism. Not content to simply lie there, you cry out. You cry not for your parents, whom you hardly knew, nor for your school friends, for you never had any. Instead, you cry out for your new companion. Horse hen. Rest well. Good night. Instead, you cry out for your new companion, the girl with whom you have been living, and with whom you shared one precious, cherished moment. You cry out for the gravedigger. Surely this is some manner of mistake. Once she realized that you were in fact entombed in one of the coffins she is currently filling, for who else would be moving the dirt above you? She will cease her operations at once. She will pull you out of the darkness, back into the world of the living, and she will hold you close. She will embrace you. She cannot mean to cause you any harm, not when she was so good to you, and so kind. I mean, you could do all 3 routes, you're just choosing the better option. Yeah, I could try to do all 3 routes, but, you know when you're tired and you kind of start getting a headache because of it? I'm quickly approaching that. So I may save that for the other route for another day. Maybe it'll unlock a 4th route? I don't think so. But we'll see, because we never did figure out what we're running from in that forest. She not mean to why would she bury you? You cry out to her so loudly you fear your vocal cords might tear, all banging against the roof of your compact prison. You cry desperately, helplessly, and to your relief, your cries do not fall upon deaf ears. The sound of the falling soil stops, albeit briefly. Then you hear a voice. The voice is very faint, given it's being filtered through your coffin's sturdy lid, but you recognize it. So you're awake then, are you, dear one? The gravedigger says. She sighs. Then she says in a perplexed sort of voice, "Now that is a pickle. I was hoping you'd be asleep a couple hours more, so the last time we spoke could have been on better terms. If you keep screaming like that, I'm gonna feel bad." Your companion's words, though distant, are unmistakable. You are so tense you are attuned to every single syllable. Each of them makes you gasp. Was this not a mistake then? Does she truly mean to bury you alive? You posit this question to the gravedigger as best you can, trying to keep the tremors from your voice as you do. Perhaps you think in your optimism, if you do not let her know how afraid you are, she will reward you for your bravery and let you go. If this is what you're hoping, though, it is in vain. That's right. You really do catch on quick. So it would appear she really has committed to the task of burying you. What an unfortunate turn of events. Why, though, would she do such a thing? You thought she was your friend. We are friends, the gravedigger says, her voice still worryingly offhand. Worryingly empty. I'm very fond of you. There's no one dearer to me than you. I've had a really good time with you these last How long's it been again? I don't remember. Neither do you. Well, if this little detail slipped both of your minds, it can't be all that important. You have other things to worry about. If you really are friends, you say to the gravedigger, then what does she hope to gain by burying you? You do not understand. But you understand her reply even yet less. It's always the opposite way for me, where headaches make me tired instead of being so tired I gain one. Interesting. That sounds pretty. I mean, I guess maybe it's easier to try and sleep off the headache then, if that's the case. Well, here's the thing, the gravedigger says, in a reasonable sort of voice, as though burying somebody alive could ever be thought of as a reasonable action. I've been digging graves for a long time, see? You cannot see, it is too dark, but you affirm that you do all the same. Well, I was digging all these graves, but I've not had anybody to put them in. Not for ages. It was rather sad. You think you know where this train of logic, twisted though it is, might be going, so you do not interrupt her. You know no good would come of it. All you can do, for the present, is lie there and listen. I was thinking I'd never find another person to bury in this godforsaken village. Not after the plague messed everything up. I was getting desperate. Until you came along, that is. Now that I have somebody I can bury.
I'm not gonna let the opportunity pass me by. I'm sorry, but this is just part of my job. It's what my father taught me to do. It's all I know how to do. Oh, no. I buried my mother, and I buried my father. I buried all of my friends. Now, I'm going to bury you too. It is sound logic, in a sense, as the daughter of a gravedigger. Digging graves is her job, but something about it rankles you. If only you could put your finger on it. Ah, yes. There's a bit of flaw with her reasoning, is there not? You are not dead, after all. I mean, when I had to take a bus home from school, when I once fell asleep from a headache and the driver had to loop around to drop me off, it took way longer than it meant to. Oh no, did you like fall asleep and they went to like the bus station? It was that long? You might not be dead now, the gravedigger says in response to your ingenuity, but you will be if given enough time. I mean, everybody else I've ever known's died. Who's to say you wouldn't be next? It seems rather more likely that you will die, and quickly, as she persists with her plurally thought-out plan to bury you. Your coffin is not very large. It affords you precious little space. Eventually, if trapped within it for long enough, you will run out of oxygen. Then you will suffocate. That, or you will starve to death. Either way, your demise will be a slow, painful one. I woke up like a stop or two before the last, and I was the first. Ooh. Yeah, I hope the bus driver wasn't mad. Not really that they can do much in that scenario, because they gotta drop you off, but... You're unsure which death would be worse, though, given how precarious your situation is, you do not wish to expend the necessary energy needed to ponder it. You need to plead with the gravedigger, and quickly, while she is still here. You tell her tearfully that you would not leave her. Why would you? You try to sound as convincing as your disordered nerves will allow, but the gravedigger remains unmoved. You say that, she says, but how can I know you're telling the truth? I thought you said you were a traveler. You never stay put in one place for long. You'd get sick of me before long. Then, you'd leave me. This way, at least, I can be assured that we'll always stay together. If I bury you like I did the others, we'll never be far apart. I took care to put you in a nice spot, close to my home, so you's only a stone throw away, really. Isn't that nice? Privately, you think that the gravedigger has a different conception of the word nice to you. You do not say this, however. You cannot say much of anything because the panic has begun to set in. It is choking you, stopping up in your throat so you can only cry. You scream. You beg and you plead, but it does little good. The gravedigger has already buried her mother. She's already buried her little brothers. She's even buried her father, whom she loved above all else. She thinks, by burying you, she's doing unto you an act of great kindness. You think she's going to kill you. In a sense, you both right. Your opinions are so diametrically opposed on this matter, however, that you will never be able to find any common ground. You might as well save your screaming. She will not listen to you. She's beyond listening. Shush, shush, dear one, the gravedigger says very gently, just as gently as she spoke last night, where she confided in you all her fears. It won't be so bad, really. Nothing will be able to hurt you down there. It'll be just like going to sleep for a really, really long time. You can rest, and while you rest, I'll tend to you. I'll plant flowers on your grave. You'd like that, wouldn't you? This way, we can always be together, and I'll never be lonely again. While the gravedigger speaks, she begins to pile even more soil onto the roof of your coffin. The sound of dirt on top of you, and your arms, your legs, and your head conceals your companion's final words. You cannot hear her. You cannot hear anything beyond the sounds of the dirt and the scraping of the shovel and your own desperate, frantic screams. You scream and you scream and you scream without cease until your throat feels hoarse, but your efforts are in vain. You hammer on the lid of the coffin with as much strength as you can muster, but the lid of the coffin is nailed shut. You are in no position to remove it. All you can do is lie there, screaming and crying and banging your fist on the roof of the coffin, over and over as more dirt and debris falls on top of you. Eventually enough dirt falls on you to stifle your screams for good. The gravedigger can no longer hear you, and you can no longer hear her. You are all alone, trapped in a narrow wooden box which, regardless of what you want, is now your new home. You can smell the soil in the backs of your nostrils when you inhale. It is so potent you can taste it on your tongue. You can taste the eventual, inevitable decay of your own body. You will remain trapped here, underground, forever and ever, or to use less melodramatic terms, until the last of your energy escapes you and you succumb to your own slow suffocation. How far underground is she digging you? Because if you're very close enough to the surface, you can break the coffin and dig your way out. I'm assuming if she dug a grave for us, she gave us the standard 6 feet, maybe, or less. But we did already try to break the coffin, and that didn't work. Apparently, we're not strong at all. And also, as we use more and more oxygen, or we have less and less of it, we're gonna have even less strength to try and break that out. It isn't a very pleasant way to go, but you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know? You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace? Or will you try to fight against it? Like we did last time, we're gonna fight against our fate, but we will call it here because this is, I think, been my longest stream to date. We're going on for almost 5 hours. Are you not happy with the hand that ooh, that scared me. Are you not happy with the hand that fate has dealt you? Very well. I cannot blame you. It is quite a grim ending. Ay. I would not wish it upon my worst enemy. And you are rather dear to me than that. Now, why don't we give this another go? Just try not to be buried alive this time. I can only endure so much of your screaming. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now, I wonder, which path will you take? I'm gonna see if it's in this one. Yeah, we only have the one. Big stretch. Okay. Well, yeah, it's bedtime. It is almost 4:30 in the morning. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with me while we met two very, very interesting ends. This as grim as this visual novel may have been, no pun intended, I have really enjoyed it. It's very, very interesting. I love the art style, I love the UI, I just think it's very, very pretty. I love the soundtrack, and both the gravedigger and the princess were very, very interestingly written. I enjoyed it a lot. Figured you need that before you sleep. Have a nice rest, Vian. Thanks. Yes, this bunny is gonna hop on over to bed. I am tired. Maybe I'll grab a little snack before I do. Who knows? But I would like to sleep. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me and sticking around. This has been a super long stream, but I had fun. I will be putting out my schedule tomorrow. I do have something planned for tomorrow already, but we'll figure. You'll see. All right. Without further ado, thank you so much again, everyone, for coming and hanging out. I'm almost 5 hour long stream at that. Yeah, this has been my longest stream since I started streaming, which is kind of crazy.
I did not plan.
You streamed that long today.
But I had fun. I am gonna need to rest up my voice a bit before I stream tomorrow.
Alright. But thank you so much again for coming out, hanging out with me. I hope you have a great rest of your day, morning, night, wherever it is, wherever you are. Get plenty of rest if it is nighttime. That's what I will be doing. And I will see you next time.
Hopefully not getting buried alive or cannibalized again. That would kind of... Oh, there was breathing in my ear and that scared me so bad. Alright. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.